The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. To the fear you can hear. Horror that makes the flesh crawl as with maggots. Terror that turns the brain to jelly. These mark the work of Edgar Allan Poe. For nearly a century and a half, readers have wondered at the mad creations of his fevered brain, even as their blood ran cold with fear. As shall yours.
God help us.
Our mystery drama, The Fall of the House of Usher, was especially adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kevin McCarthy. I must warn you that there lies ahead for you a tale so gruesome that when it ends, you will know beyond doubt that never in your life before have you experienced such revulsion. Are you prepared for this? Come then to a certain room where a man named Gabriel Mannering sits writing in his diary. A certain room in the house of Usher.
I sit here writing this diary, when in truth, were I not a fool, I should have already departed this frightful place. Already I have sensed such horrors in these first hours of my visit that I tremble at the thought of what may be in store for my friend Roderick Usher. And for me. During the whole of this dull, dark autumn day, I had passed on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of evening drew on, within a view of this bleak and melancholy house, the house of Usher. I felt at once an iciness, a sickening of my heart, and wondered what it was that so unnerved me. I was soon to find out.
You would be Mr. Mannering, sir?
Yes.
My master waits you.
One moment. My horse.
We'll be well cared for, sir.
Oh, that carriage standing there. That black carriage? Is there another visitor?
Only the doctor. He is attending Miss Madeline. This way, sir.
Thank you.
Follow me now, sir. We turn here, the passage on our left. Now, this to the right.
I had no idea the house of Usher was so vast.
Oh, yes, vast. Above and below.
Below?
There are chambers underground, vaults, dungeons, that even I have never seen, and I have lived here as servant to Mr. Usher more than 30 years. Here we are, sir.
Come.
Mr. Gabriel Mannering, sir.
Oh, Gabriel. My dear good friend, you've come at last.
Roderick, I came immediately on receipt of your letter. It gave me cause for concern, deep concern. After all, Roderick, not having seen each other in years, nor corresponded even, to receive a letter from you was in itself a surprise, but the contents, Roderick, the contents were a shock. How ill are you?
Ill? I'm not ill.
Not ill? But in your letter...
I am not ill! Oh, I may have mentioned something of the sort in my letter, but...
More than mentioned. You spoke of acute bodily illness, of oppressive mental disorder, of a malady, dear friend, so strange you could not bear to face it alone. Now, that is why I'm here. That is why I came at once. The terrible agitation in your letter.
Oh, mood. It was nothing but mood. Mood of the moment, nothing more.
Come now.
Cato, the port. Good. Thank you. I'll pour. And, Cato.
Sir?
Dr. Wyndham is with my sister still?
Yes, sir.
I would speak with him before he takes his leave if he feels I can bear to...
Sir?
Nothing. Just say I wish to see him.
Yes, sir.
The vintage Port Gabriel. You'll enjoy it. Its aroma, its fragrant bouquet will delight your nostrils. Its taste will fall sweet on your tongue. Your health, good friend.
And yours, Roderick.
Well, now, tell me about yourself, Gabriel. How has life gone with you all these years?
Oh, as all lives go, I suppose. There's been the good, the bad, the indifferent.
Yes, well, mine has been mostly bad.
Huh? I've prospered. My importing business in Baton Rouge.
Ruination, that's been my lot, my fate. The fate of the House of Usher.
Well, if you are financially in need...
No. I speak of another kind of ruination. Decadence. I speak of the evil that molders within my body, my mind, my house. House? Oh, no house this. A tomb that houses the living dead.
You are ill.
Yes, I lied. I am ill with what?
With what?
With fear.
Fear? Of what?
I know not. Well, what do we all fear, each of us? What living thing has not known fear? It lives within us, this fear. It rots within us, as I rot within this house. But mark you, good friend, whereas with others fear rides like a restless maggot only now and again, with me, it's ever present, a colorless slime growing within me, spreading, engulfing, drowning me.
Roderick!
No. I'm all right now. I'm all right. You must go.
Go?
Well, you shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have asked you. You must leave this house of death, this tomb.
Stop that. Now hear me, Roderick. I came a great distance through the foulest time of the year to be with you, and here I shall stay until you are well again.
No, you don't understand. I shall never get well.
Of course you will.
No, she is dying, you see, and I...
Your sister? Is it she who is dying?
Yes, Madeline.
But it's she who is dying. If it is...
No, you don't understand.
Come in.
Dr. Wyndham.
Come in, Doctor. Thank you, Cato. May I introduce myself, Doctor? Mr. Usher, as you see, is not himself. I'm a friend of his, Gabriel Manning of Baton Rouge.
Oh, how do you do? Louis Wyndham.
I entreat your pardon, both of you.
Shh, now, Roderick.
My nerves sometimes...
Yes, I know, and I'm sure Mr. Mannering understands. You've been taking the laudanum I prescribed?
I used the last only yesterday.
I'll see that you get more.
Oh, thank you. My sister?
There's no change.
How long? Before death.
I don't know. Your sister's malady baffles me. I don't know what is killing her, nor do I know what keeps her alive, when in truth, she's all but dead.
Oh, would it be an impertinence, Doctor, for me to ask you what you mean by that?
Well, no, Mr. Mannering. Quite simply, there have been times when Miss Usher, Madeline, has been devoid of all vital signs. By this, I mean I've been unable at these times to detect a pulse, blood pressure, any respiration whatsoever.
Yes.
And yet, moments later, she's opened her eyes and returned to the world of the living.
Strange.
I've encountered nothing like it in years of practice. It's not too far from the truth to say that she is dead, and yet she lives on.
Yes. Like the house itself.
Now, Roderick, you mustn't harp
I
on...
tell you, we are like this house, my sister and I. We are this house. The house is us. The house is dead, and yet it stands.
Your aberration about this house...
It is no aberration. It's the truth. The house of Usher crumbles, yet it will not fall. Madeline is dead, yet she will not die. And as for me, oh, heaven, the horror that awaits me.
I'll send the laudanum as soon as possible, Mr. Mannering. There's little else I can do.
Yes.
I have other patients to attend. Thank heavens it's a moonlit night. I have many miles to travel. Good night.
Good night. Roderick.
Yes?
Roderick, I want to help you in every way I can. That's why I'm here. But now, you must do your part to help yourself.
What do you mean?
Well, I could be wrong, but it seems to me you let yourself go to pieces all too easily. This talk, this wild talk of your sister Madeline being dead and yet alive. Well, now, that's nonsense, you know.
No.
Yes, well, I'll agree with you with one thing, and one thing only. In a way, you have become this damnable house. No healthy, sane man could live here for long without beginning to lose his sanity, without serious damage to his nervous system. I've never seen such gloom. Inside as well as out. This very room reeks of dejection, despondency, undusted cobweb furnishings, black drapes covering the window. Here, let me throw them back and at least get some moonlight, if not sunlight, into this place. There. That's... Roderick.
What is it?
There's a graveyard. I can see it in the moonlight.
The family graveyard, yes.
Who would be walking in it at night?
Oh, what do you say? Well, where do you see that?
There. Amidst the headstones.
Oh, it's Madeline. What is she doing out there?
Well, we'd better go and find out.
Good Lord.
In the doorway. What is it?
Madeline!
Am I that horrifying to look upon, dear brother?
Madeline Usher walks among the headstones of the Usher graveyard, yet stands in the doorway at the same time. Does her spirit walk abroad? Is she that close to death? I'll be back shortly. Again, I must ask if you wish to go on, and warn that if you do, you will experience a kind of horror for which I can find no words. Even Gabriel Mannering, writing in his diary, found it difficult to express his feelings in that moment of first meeting with Madeline Usher.
I seek and cannot find words to recreate the terror of that moment. Not a woman, but a corpse stood before us in the doorway of that awful room. The very woman, or corpse, if you will, that but an instant before Roderick Usher and I had glimpsed in the moonlight graveyard beyond the window. If she is alive, I thought, she should be dead. Fatuously, I said, "You are Madeline Usher?"
Yes,
How do you do? I'm Gabriel Mannering.
I know. Ah, you winced as you took my hand.
What?
You felt its coldness.
No.
Yes. You need not dissemble with me. Even now, you find it hard not to stare at the dark patches on my face, the putrescence that lives. Yes, thrives in my dying flesh.
Madeline, my dearest sister, you should be lying down, resting. You mustn't waste your energy.
I wanted to meet your friend. Someone from the world of life outside this house, this tomb. I wanted, needed.
She's falling. Catch her. Put her on the couch, Gabriel. No. Still, we'll carry her to her room.
There's no pulse. No heartbeat. Is she?
Well, heaven help me. It's impossible to say. Can you carry her alone?
She weighs nothing.
Follow me, then. Oh, what evil stalks the house of Usher. Help us, dear Lord. Please help us. Put her down, Gabriel. Gabriel.
In what? In that?
It's her bed. A coffin. Well, nevertheless, it is her bed. It's where she rests and sleeps. And haven't you noticed what she's wearing isn't a nightdress?
A shroud.
Yes. She's been ready for her burial for nearly a year now. Oh, look, see? Her eyes are fluttering.
I'd have taken my oath she was dead.
Not yet. Oh.
Gabriel, my friend, come.
Well, you don't leave her like this, alone, no company to cheer her when she wakes.
She may not waken again for days. She may not waken again. Come?
No, wait. There's something about her. Something in her face it reminds me. Well, of course, it's you.
Oh, you see, then?
The family resemblance. Obvious. In spite of what the intimacy of death has done to the face, the resemblance is still there.
It's more than a resemblance, Gabriel.
What do you mean?
Well, we are twins.
As my friend spoke those words in that chamber of death, a curious change came into his face. It floats before me even now as I write, a complexion gone so suddenly cadaverous, his eyes large, liquid and luminous beyond comparison, thin and pallid lips gone thinner, paler. For a moment, he seemed scarce human. I had tried to calm his fevered nerves by telling him it was his sister, not he, who was dying. And he had cried out,
You don't understand! You don't understand!
And now, in an instant, I did understand, or at least the shadow of what he meant touched me, and I was filled with a dread, a loathing of what was to come that I cannot fully express. Had I known the full truth of what lay before us, my loathing would have increased 100-fold, and I should have fled the house of Usher then and there. Certainly, I should not have found myself at breakfast with Usher the following morning.
Another helping, Mr. Mannering?
No more, Cato.
Then I can give you the message.
A message from whom?
Miss Madeline. She wishes to see you at your convenience.
Well, then I'll go to her, of course. Why do you look at me like that? And now why do you turn away? Cato, face me. Look at me. What is it?
Cato, is it the odor?
Yes, sir.
You'd best not go, Gabriel, or if you do, another time.
I don't understand.
The odor, the stench of putrefaction. It's stronger at times than at others.
And you mean that she... Take me to Miss Madeline at once, Cato.
No. It will sicken you, nauseate you, even infect you.
Well, it can kill me and be damned to it, but I'll not disregard a last wish of a dying woman. Unlike you, Roderick, I do not fear death. Miss Usher? Madeline? Are you too tired to speak now? No. Would you prefer I came back another time?
No. How good of you to come at all.
It's a privilege to be of use to you.
A favor. I wish a favor.
Anything in my power.
I want to die. I'm in such pain and I want to die, but I cannot.
Cannot?
I am afraid.
There's nothing to fear. Death is only sleep, a dreamless sleep. No, don't fear death.
I don't. I fear.
You fear what?
Burial alive.
Why would you have such a fear? What makes you think you might be buried alive?
My mother.
She?
Promise me.
Spare yourself. Spare yourself. You need say no more. I promise. I promise you that you will not be buried alive. Rest. Rest now. Rest. That is what you meant, Roderick, is it not? Like her, like your twin, you don't fear death so much as you fear being buried alive.
Well, that's part of my fear. Yes.
Only part?
Well, I fear... Oh, God, more than I can tell you. I fear what happens in death.
Another aberration. As with the house, so with this. You are a man given to aberration.
And what of that? You make as little sense as Wyndham. You think because you call a thing an aberration, it'll go away, that it will cure itself if you but name it.
Reason, common sense.
Reason, common sense. When you speak to me, an Usher of reason and common sense, Do you not know of the madness that has tainted this family through its history? From the beginnings of the house of Usher, this house, this family... Until now, until Madeline and me, the last of the Ushers, from beginning to end, from rise to fall.
Roderick.
Rise to fall.
Roderick.
From rise to fall. I had not thought on it before, but that is what it will be when she and I are dead. It will be the fall of the house of Usher.
Yes, Cato.
The laudanum, sir, from Dr. Wyndham.
Oh, thank heaven. It has come none too soon.
Mr. Mannering, sir.
What? Oh, yes, Cato.
You've been sitting here in the graveyard for nearly 2 hours.
That long?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Cato, how long have you been servant to Mr. Usher?
More than 30 years, sir. But I thought I'd told you that the night you arrived just a week ago.
Did you? Then I forgot. Were you here when the mother died? The mother of Mr. Roderick and Miss Madeline?
Why do you ask such a question, Miss Mannering?
I don't know, really, except I've been dwelling on what Miss Madeline told me about her mother. Buried alive. Was she indeed?
Sir, don't ask such questions. Don't dwell on such thoughts.
Why not? It was discovered the mother had been buried alive?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Sir, I entreat you. Understand. You cannot stay in the house of Usher. No one can without something... I know not what, but something evil taking possession of his mind, his spirit, his very soul. It will happen to you. It is happening to you.
No.
You've been drawn here to this spot. You've been sitting here in the damp and chill for hours because you, too, have taken the first step toward madness.
How did they discover she'd been buried alive?
Sir, I beg you, turn your thoughts away from...
How?
If you must hear it, a few weeks after she had been buried, the coffin placed in that vault you see under the trees, it was discovered that she had been buried wearing a valuable ring.
A ring?
It contained a stone worth a fortune. It had been hers. She had always worn it, and when the undertaker encoffined her, he neglected to remove it. He had no idea of its worth, or surely he'd have inquired whether the family wished her to wear it to the grave. And as you will understand, such was Miss Madeline's and Mr. Roderick's grief. They didn't think of the ring until weeks later.
And decided to retrieve it.
Yes. We went to the vault, the three of us, slid back the slab that covers it, and... sir, let us go in.
Finish what you're telling me.
There lay the coffin. The lid was in two parts. A lower part that covered her body from the waist down, an upper part from the waist up. This I pried up, and there...
Go on.
She lay face down. Her hands had torn chunks of hair out by the roots. Such was the agony of terror. Hands, do I say? Claws. They had become rigid in the death throes.
Yes.
We turned her over. Her face, oh, my God, be with us. Her face, I cannot describe. I cannot.
Enough then. Oh, this chill is getting to me.
No! Mary!
Quickly, come.
Heaven help us, what is that?
There, coming toward us from the house. Roderick!
Help me!
What?
Help me!
Roderick! What is it, man?
Her corpse! Her corpse!
What?
Madeline, dead. She's dead at last. Dead, but no.
What? What is it?
She tried to take me to the grave with her. She tried to drag me into her coffin.
No.
Roderick, pull yourself together and tell us.
I went to her chamber to see how she was. I called her name again and again and again, and no answer. I felt for a pulse, none. I lay my head against her breast, no heartbeat, and then... Oh, God! Her arms were entwined around my neck, her cold arms around my neck, and I tried to break free, but I couldn't. I grabbed her wrists and I tore her arms from around me.
Sir?
I've got him. Help me carry him inside.
Oh, no.
Now be calm, Cato. When Mr. Usher tore himself free, he must have dragged her half out of the coffin. Come. We must put her back in. Cato.
I dare not touch her.
Very well. There.
Is she, at last, dead?
She seems so. Ride for the doctor. Tell him to come at once.
Yes, sir. Sir, you mean to stay here?
Yes.
But I will be gone at least 2 hours. Should you change your mind, you'll not be able to find your way back to the library in that maze of corridors.
Now, don't worry about it. I shall stay here. I made her a promise that she'd not be buried alive, and I mean to keep that promise, Cato. Beginning now.
Alone in that chamber of death, within the house of Usher, Gabriel Mannering seats himself beside the coffin of Madeline Usher to keep his vigil and his promise, and wonders if he himself may not be going mad. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Terror so awful as to shatter the human mind haunts the house of Usher, hangs like a shroud in the air, drips on the spirit like the very slime upon the decaying walls. As Gabriel Mannering sits beside the coffin of Madeline Usher, he feels this terror seeping into him.
Seeping into me like a rising tide of pollution. Cato said he would be gone 2 hours in fetching Dr. Wyndham, but to me, it seemed like 20 before I heard his returning footsteps.
You don't look well.
I'm all right.
Sir, you deceive yourself. Well, never mind now. I haven't seen Miss Usher. My bag, Cato? Thank you. Heart first. Mm-hmm.
Is she?
No, there's no heartbeat. None whatever. No pulse. No vital signs at all.
She is gone, then?
Hey, Mr. Mannering, I've attended her in this strange illness for nearly a year. I've seen her in this state 4 times before.
What's to be done?
What indeed? Well, I would wait a few days at least, and then I should bury her.
No.
Oh?
She feared to be buried alive.
Yes, I know. Her mother.
You attended her?
No, another man. From what I've been able to learn, I judge her illness was similar, just as unaccountable as baffling. Well, Mr. Mannering, she did indeed fear the same fate her mother suffered, but I think that after, say, 3 or 4 days...
I say no. At least a week. No, 2. Even 3.
You don't know what you're saying. You can't keep a body for 2 or 3 weeks. Especially hers.
Why especially hers?
Well, look at her, man. Here. See? Under the skin of the cheeks. Those gray patches. She's partially decomposed already.
I gave her my word, Doctor. I said we would make sure.
There is an evil in this house. A sinister, malevolent thing that fastened itself on the Ushers years ago. And is beginning to fasten itself on you.
Now, Doctor,
now hear me out. I have not seen you in some days. But the moment I came into this room, I saw it. I tell you, I saw it. The change in you. The sickening in you. I do not use this word lightly, Mr. Mannering. The insanity in you.
You are right. I, too, have sensed, well, no matter. I am not given easily to fancies either. However, I am given to honoring a promise. I gave Madeline Usher my word she would not be buried alive, and she will not be.
No. I see that I cannot dissuade you. Very well. Do as you wish. And may God help you.
I stayed by her coffin for yet another hour or so, making sure there were no signs of life. Then I returned to the library, led there, of course, by Cato, for I could never have found my own way through that maze of corridors and passages. I found Roderick Usher seated bolt upright in a wing chair, staring at I know not what. Roderick, I must talk to you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Now, Roderick, as I told you, I promised your sister to take every precaution against her being buried alive.
She is dead. I know it in my heart, my soul. I know it.
I believe so, too. But we must be certain. Now, that presents a problem. Roderick, are you listening?
Problem?
Yes. Decomposition. If she is dead, she will decompose. And after a period of days, well, you can imagine.
Days? Days of what?
Of visiting her coffin, at least every 12 hours, say, to make sure she's dead.
Are you mad?
We must keep her body. 1 week, 2. Now, the question is, where?
Where?
We'll have to leave the coffin open in case she should regain her senses. On the other hand, if she is indeed dead,
Well, there are vaults deep down beneath the house. We could put the coffin in one of those.
Good. We'll do that then. Yes, we'll do just that. Together, Usher and I arranged for the temporary entombment of Madeline, his twin. The vault, so long unopened that our torches were half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission of light, lying at great depth beneath the house.
There, Gabriel. It is done.
We must come here again. In no more than 12 hours.
As you say. As you say.
Before he wished only to bury Madeline, why now did Roderick become so compliant, agree so readily with what I said? If only I'd asked myself that question. But I did not, and in consequence faced an unexpected problem.
Why do you not believe me?
It isn't that I don't believe you, Roderick, but I wish to see for myself.
There is no need for you to do it. I have done it.
You have?
I have visited the coffin at least once every 12 hours, sometimes twice. She does not live. Take my word for it.
It is my word that concerns me. I gave my word to her, not yours.
She is dead. I assure you, she is dead.
It was about that time the sounds began. The strange knockings, creaking. Perhaps it had begun before, but I had not heard at first. But I would hear some curious sound from below and say to Roderick, "What was that?"
What was what?
"Listen." "What is that?"
Rats, perhaps?
"Rats?"
Well, you know the house is infested with them.
"I've never heard rats make sounds like that," I answered. Time went on, and it seemed to me the sounds grew louder, and I would say to Roderick, "Listen." And he would answer.
A door banging in the wind somewhere.
And I would say, "But there is no wind," and he would answer,
"Well, then it's something else. Don't bother me."
And then on that fatal night as we sat in the library, he just sitting, staring vacantly at nothing, I trying to read, but my mind focused on that awful chamber of death far below, and outside the wind gathering for a storm. It happened. I became aware of distinct, hollow, metallic, yet muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leaped to my feet and looked at Usher. His eyes were fixed before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. I said, "Roderick, do you not hear it?"
Yes, I hear it and have heard it. As you have. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it. Yet I dared not speak. No, touch me not. I am accursed. For I heard the sounds as did you, but I dared not speak and dared not go.
Not go? My God, are you telling me?
That not once have I gone down to see. I dared not.
We put her living in the tomb.
She comes for me. Listen. Now listen and know. We've heard the rending of the coffin, the grating of the iron hinges of a prison, her struggles within the carpet archway of the vault, and now, she comes for me. In a moment she'll be here. I hear her footsteps on the stair. I hear the horrible beating of her heart. She comes for me, she comes. I tell you, she stands outside the door.
And as if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell, the huge antique panels to which he pointed drew slowly back, and outside those doors did stand the towering and enshrouded figure of Miss Madeline. There was blood on her white robes and evidence of some bitter struggle on every portion of her putrefied frame. For an instant she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold. And then with a moaning cry fell heavily inward on her brother, and in her violent and now final death agonies bore him to the floor. A corpse. A victim to the terrors of all he had anticipated.
This is E.G. Marshall. I shall return shortly. The manuscript of The Fall of the House of Usher ends thus. I fled from the house, leaving all behind me. As I ran, I heard a sound so horrendous it made me stop and turn. My brain reeled as, looking back, I saw the mighty walls of the house burst asunder. And in a few moments, the moon, breaking through the scudding clouds, a blood-red moon, revealed the end. The fall of the House of Usher. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Arnold Moss, Marion Seldes, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Torture is my subject this time around. Oh, don't be alarmed. I have no intention of shocking you with unmentionable horrors. For you see, there are all sorts of torments invented by man to bedevil his fellow man, and perhaps the most subtle of these is man's fear of the unknown. We are so constructed, it seems to me, that we can almost always cope with the known, whatever it may be. But when we don't know what lies ahead, what nameless nightmare may await, well, let's illustrate with Todd Stearns and his wife, Tammy. Our mystery drama, The Pit and the Pendulum, was especially adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic For the Mystery Theater by George Lothar, and stars Tony Roberts, and Marion Seldes. It's nothing new to say that men, and women too, have successfully endured the worst of physical pain one can imagine. But mental pain, I'm told, is something else again. Those skilled in the art of extracting information well know that physical force will often succeed, but that mental force will always succeed. Why not employ it at once, then? Because it requires great skill, exquisite subtlety, and is in consequence far more difficult to use. Be all this as it may, such thoughts held little, if any, interest for Todd and Tammy Stearns as they drove in an official government limousine toward the airport of a large city.
You really shouldn't have come to see me off this time, Tammy.
Break my record. I've gone to the airport with you every time you've made one of your mysterious, deep, dark, secret trips. Ever since we were married 4 years ago.
Yeah, but with Jill down with a cold...
Well, Anna could certainly take care of her for an hour or two. Todd?
Yes?
You're going to be all right, aren't you?
What makes you ask a silly question like that?
It isn't silly, and you know it. These trips you make abroad every now and then. Well, I don't know what they're all about. I've never known.
Because I've never told you, and I never will. The less you know, the better off you'll be.
Well, I'm not asking you to tell me. I know you won't. But it's not knowing that makes me bite my nails till you come safely back home.
I'm sorry, sweetheart, but that's funny.
What?
I don't think we're not. Driver? Driver, why did you take the left turn? You're heading away from the airport, not toward it.
Good heavens, Todd, we are at that.
Driver, answer me. Why?
Todd, look. The glass panel's sliding up.
What the devil is this? Driver, what in blazes is going on?
He's just not paying attention. He's not even turning around.
I don't understand this. Driver! Damn it!
He's hoping for a red light, Todd. Let's get out.
And fast. It's locked. Both doors are locked, and I can't open them.
Todd, what does this mean?
I don't like to think what it means, Tammy. But I sure wish you hadn't come along this time.
Oh, come in, Mr. Stearns, come in. Sit down, Mr. Stearns. Make yourself comfortable.
What have you done with my wife?
Oh, she's safe and comfortable. There's nothing for you to worry about, I assure you. Would you care for a drink?
As a matter of fact, I could use one. If it isn't drugged.
Drugged? That's a fanciful idea.
It's no more fanciful than kidnapping me. Who are you? What's this all about?
As to who I am, you can call me Mr. X.
Oh, Mr. X. Come on, you can't be for real. How corny can you get?
It's corny, I admit, but it's also safer. Infinitely safer than any name I might use. You see, X is an unknown quantity. As for what this is all about, your drink.
Thanks. What is this all about?
Oh, come now, Mr. Stearns. Todd, if I may. You know what it's about.
I'm afraid not.
You're lying, of course, but... Well, no sense wasting valuable time fencing with each other, so I'll tell you. I represent a group that's in the business of selling top-secret information of one country to another. You're in the business of conveying top-secret information from this country to another. The reason you were kidnapped and brought here was because we want the top secret you were presently on your way to deliver to... Well, you know where.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking
now,
about.
Let's not fence, please. I know that you were on your way abroad with the formula for a new bacterial gas, which would easily tip the balance of power in favor of the country possessing it.
Oh, and my government is willing to hand over a weapon as vital and deadly as this to another government?
It is, and you know why. The pact between the two governments to keep each other informed and thus, hopefully, to maintain the balance of power.
You know, you've been seeing too many James Bond movies.
Now, stop it, Todd. I want the formula, and I mean to have it.
Well, you won't get it from me because I haven't got it. As I guess you know, your musclemen searched me thoroughly and found nothing.
I didn't expect they would.
I'd have been very surprised, indeed shocked, if you'd been carrying such a formula worth untold millions on your person instead of in your head.
In my head?
Precisely. Todd, I'm authorized to offer you $50,000 for the formula.
For a formula you've just told me can be sold for untold millions?
All right. How much do you want?
It's an academic question, Mr. X, since I don't have the formula.
Would you consider 100,000?
I haven't got the formula you're talking about.
This is a tape recorder. I'm going to leave you here alone for 15 minutes. When I return, I hope you will have been sensible enough to record the formula for me.
Look, I assure you...
Help yourself to the liquor. And, of course, you won't try to escape. As you see, there are no windows and only one door. And please, no more nonsense about your not having the formula. You have it, Todd. You have it as surely as we have your wife. Mrs. Stearns, I see you've been made comfortable.
What have you done with my husband? Where is he?
Now, there's no need to distress yourself, Mrs. Stearns. Tammy, if I may. Todd is presently as safe and as comfortable as you are. Oh, I see that you're drinking tea. Would you like another cup?
What is all this? Why were we brought here? Please,
calm yourself, I beg you. You're in no danger.
My husband?
Nor is he. He's perfectly safe and unharmed at the moment.
At the moment? What do you mean by that?
Well, nothing more nor less than what I said. Tell me, how much do you know about Todd's affairs?
His affairs?
His work, his career, the duties he performs for our government.
Nothing. Except he's an undersecretary. Well, in some department or other. I don't even know that.
That seems rather hard to believe. Married 4 years and you don't even know what department he works for?
No.
You never bothered to ask?
Well, yes.
And?
Todd made plain to me he wouldn't tell me and that I was not to ask.
You love Todd, of course.
Of course.
How much do you love him?
I love him. I can't say more than that.
I think you can. I think you can say a good deal more than that. For instance, do you love him enough to suffer pain for him, a great deal of pain?
What kind of question is that?
No, just answer it. Well?
I can't answer it. How would I know how much pain I could stand until I was standing it?
Yeah, you have a point. Be interesting, though, wouldn't, to find out how much you do love Todd, how much pain you could endure.
I don't know why you're threatening me.
Threatening you, Tammy? No, not at all. Our discussion is purely theoretical, at least at this time.
At least at this time. For the present. Why, you're threatening me even now. You're torturing at me by hinting at... I don't know what.
Well, let's hope there'll be no need for you to find out. Come in now, Miss C. Thank you. Stay here with her. You know what to do with her if I send the signal.
Do what? What are you going to do to me if he sends a signal? Well, answer me. Please. Please answer me. What?
The tape is blank, Todd. You recorded nothing.
There's nothing to record.
Nothing.
If there is a formula such as you speak of, I've never heard of it. Now, why don't you just knock off this nonsense and let me and my wife get out of here?
Simply because there is a formula and you carry it in your head and you are going to dictate it into this machine before I'm through with you. And your wife.
Tammy has nothing to do with this.
Hasn't she?
She has only the vaguest idea of what I do at the department, if she has any idea at all. Even if I had memorized a formula, which I haven't, I'd never have told her about it.
And why not?
Why not?
Because your work is precisely what I say it is. Top secret, high security.
No.
Then why wouldn't you tell her? You love her, don't you?
Of course.
Then surely you trust her.
Certainly I trust her.
But not enough to let her know what you do? Oh, you underrate her, Todd. You really do. That woman would do anything for you. Suffer untold pain for you.
What do you mean by that? Suffer untold pain for me?
Well, nothing really. She told me she would, that's all. Or what amounted to the same thing. It just you happened to come up in our talk together.
When did you talk?
Only a few moments ago. I went to see her when I left you. Had a very nice chat with her, very interesting and informative chat.
About how much pain she could stand?
That was only a small part of what we talked about.
Now listen to me. She knows nothing.
Of course she doesn't. How could she? There's nothing to know, you say.
You harm her. And I warn you, Mr. X, or whatever you are. I warn you.
Todd, stop acting like a fool. Now, you know that you're helpless, and so is she. You also know that in one way or another you're going to give me that formula, so why not give it to me and save us all a lot of trouble, all three of us?
3 of us.
You, me, and Tammy. Now, here's the tape recorder. Begin. Very well. Come along with me, Todd.
Where to?
The cellar. There's something there I want to show you. Something I'm sure will change your mind. Here we are.
So, here we are.
Tell me what you see.
It's a room. Not a very big room. With aluminum walls. They look like aluminum anyway.
What else?
There's a hole. Big wide hole in the floor.
What else?
Nothing that I can see.
Look up. What do you see now?
Hanging. From the ceiling. It's about a foot from the ceiling.
Of what, Todd?
Looks like a headsman's axe. An oversized headsman's axe.
With a very sharp cutting edge. Razor sharp. Note how the light gleams off it. And now there's something more for you to see.
Tammy.
No. You stay here. She stays there, on the other side of the room.
Tammy, are you all right?
Yes, darling. Are you?
Sure.
Now, Todd, 2 questions. Have you ever heard of a torture called the pendulum?
Yes.
And another called the pit?
Is that the hole in the floor? A wide hole?
The pit, yes. You have heard of it. You're not going to be sick, are you?
No.
Todd, don't make me subject you to the pendulum. Especially don't make me subject you to the exquisite torment of the pit. Above all, don't make me subject Tammy to either.
No, not Tammy.
That depends on you. Now, the formula, Todd. Will you give it to me? Or will you not?
If you were Todd Stearns, what would you do? Come, if you have the imagination I think you have, you are Todd Stearns, or Tammy Stearns. What would be your answer? What would you do? Think about it until I return for Act 2. In a room, a rather curious room, in the basement of an isolated country house, Todd and Tammy Stearns face a torture known as the Pit and the Pendulum. Face it, but need not undergo it if Todd will tell Mr. X what he wants to know. Reveal the formula he carries in his head for a new weapon of destruction, a bacterial gas. As Todd gazes across the yawning pit at his lovely wife on the other side, Mr. X repeats.
Once again, Todd, I know it's a difficult decision, but it is one that you must make. Will you give me the formula or not?
I told you I don't have
it. That's enough. You have the formula. You memorized it. I know that. So no more time-wasting nonsense. Which is it to be? Will you give me the formula without forcing me to torture it out of you, or must I use force?
I have nothing to tell you.
Perhaps if I explain how the pendulum works.
No need for that. I know.
But does Tammy know. Do you, Tammy?
No.
Tammy, look up toward the ceiling. That is a blade, you see, a blade shaped like a big headsman's axe, and it's razor sharp.
Don't listen to him, Tammy. He's trying to frighten you.
Exactly what I'm trying to do, Tammy, for reasons that are quite obvious, I should think. Wouldn't you?
Yes.
Now, that large razor-sharp blade, Tammy, is attached to a pendulum that swings back and forth and gets an inch lower on each swing.
An inch lower on each swing?
Yes. And so anyone strapped to that slab on the floor, look down now, Tammy, to the floor. You see the slab with the straps?
Yes.
Anyone strapped to that slab will, in time, be cut in half.
Tammy, don't listen.
Slowly. Cut in half slowly, Tammy.
You wouldn't. But you wouldn't, you please. You can't, you won't kill him.
Todd? Oh, gracious, no. He has what I want. I can't kill him unless we reach that perfectly wasteful moment when I have no option but to end this whole scene in death. No thought of killing him. You.
Oh, my God.
Tammy, did you hear me?
I heard you.
Then, my dear, would you try to do what I have failed to do? Convince your husband to give me the formula. Tammy.
How can I convince him if you couldn't?
Todd, have you no imagination whatever? Do you really think that you'll be able to watch Tammy killed before your eyes without breaking? No answer. Your silence could signify several possibilities. One, you're too shocked at the prospect to answer. Two, you could watch while your wife is slowly cut in half, in agony, Todd. Three, you couldn't. Now which, Todd? Possibly even you don't know at this moment. Well, all right, I'll give you time to think it over, to talk it over, both of you. Miss Z, you know where to take Mrs. Stearns. Mr. Stearns and I will join you there shortly.
Todd, I love you.
And I love you, Tammy. I love you.
You love her. We'll see how much very soon now. Very soon.
Tammy, glass of champagne.
No, it would sicken me.
Me too. It just isn't a dinner they've spread before us. It's a gourmet's dream.
Or the condemned's last meal.
Yeah. Darling, we've got to talk this out.
What is there to talk out? You've told me that the secret, the formula that you memorized, if it got into the wrong hands, it could mean the death of millions. And if you give it to Mr. X, it will certainly be in the wrong hands.
I don't know.
Oh, what do you mean? The group he represents, they'd sell the formula to the highest bidder. They wouldn't care who, just so that they got their millions.
Well, maybe for once, just for once, I've got to think of us, not the world.
But we are the world.
I know that, too. You're involved now. This character X could torture me to death, and... well, I don't think I'd break. I don't think I would, but... you can't tell till you're going through it. I've known agents who... well, never mind. To face torture myself alone, that's one thing. But to watch you face it... Tammy, I couldn't bear that. Why are you looking at me like that?
You're going to have to bear it, Todd. You can't risk the lives of millions for one person, no matter how much you love her.
But that's the point I wanted to make. If I give X the formula...
Todd, you're not going to.
It doesn't mean that whoever buys it will use it to control the world. It could simply mean they would have a balance of power with us.
Instead of the government, whichever it is, you won't tell me, that already has a pact with us?
Sweetheart, I am just a courier. I'm not up there with the brass. A pact, well, it's supposed to mean what you think it means, but... well, sometimes... I don't know. Sometimes I think all it means is that both countries have the same amount of clout and can't rip each other off. How do we get into this?
Because this is what it's all about.
No. What it's all about is you. You getting tortured is what it's about. Tammy, X is going to make me watch you on that slab as the pendulum comes closer, inch by inch. Darling, I won't be able to bear it.
I think you will. I know you will.
You're a lot surer than I am.
Oh, dear, what a pity. The champagne, the food, you touched nothing.
Who is he?
Oh, a little quirk of mine. He fits in, don't you think? The black suit, the red hood with slits for eyes. Just right for an executioner.
Just right to scare the daylights out of your victims.
Exactly. Tammy, are you scared?
You better know it.
But you needn't be, you know. Not if you have succeeded where I failed. What is Todd's answer now?
You better ask Todd that.
Todd?
No. My answer is still no.
What point in it to undergo agony only to give in finally?
If one gives in.
You think you won't?
But you seem to forget. Todd's the one who has to give in. I don't have the formula, if there is one.
Think now, Tammy, think. You're lying strapped to that slab beneath the pendulum. You cannot move. Scarcely a muscle moves. You're looking up, staring at that great blade. It begins to move. Back and forth. Back and forth. Swinging and coming lower with each swing. Suddenly, time has sped by unaccountably. Suddenly, there it is. The blade within inches of you now, within an inch. Cutting through your dress. Delicately cutting. And now, on the next swing, it is going to slap.
Stop it! Tammy, I can't let you do this.
I didn't think that you could. Bring the tape recorder.
Don't bother.
No?
Tammy!
Todd, this man is a phony. I'll stake my life on it. You're trying to scare Todd into giving you the secret formula. But if your scare fizzles...
I won't go through with this thing. I won't,
Well, I don't think you will.
In that case, finish your champagne, and we'll proceed. Todd, one final chance.
Mr. X, it's senseless.
Makes plenty of sense to me. It would if I were in your shoes. That woman, that lovely, exceptional woman you were lucky enough to marry, lies strapped to the slab. When I give the nod to our red-hooded executioner, he'll press the button that starts the pendulum. Once started, it can't be stopped.
Can't.
No. It goes right on, down, and through. Should you change your mind, it had better not be at the last moment. It had better be in time for the executioner to pull her out from under the blade.
Tammy!
Don't give in, Todd. Don't.
You leave me no choice. I must...
Do it. Damn it. Damn you. Go on and do it.
Very well. I give the nod. It's begun its swing. You see it, Tom? Back and forth. Back and forth. An inch lower with each swing. Here.
That's the microphone to the tape recorder.
Take it. Use it. Tell the formula.
What is he saying to you? What is that he just handed you? A microphone?
Yes. The mic of the tape recorder.
Oh, Todd, don't.
You'll die if I don't.
And I'll die. I'd rather die. Me than a whole world.
I can't let you. I can't let you.
If you can't let her speak, you got the mic in your hand, start talking.
No. What's left if I do? What's left?
What?
She loves me. If I let her down, if I save her life and lose a million others, she'll hate me. What'll be left to me then?
There are other women.
You filthy. There are no other women. There's only Tammy. For me. Oh, my dearest, you are right. We've got to go through with this. For them.
I've met fools in my time, but you... It's within inches, 3 at most from her body.
2. 1. Cutting her dress now. You see? And the next cut. Talk, you fool. Talk fast. The bacterial equation. No! What is it? The equation before it's too late. What?
What indeed? A man and a woman, just another man and woman like you, like me, stand ready to sacrifice, or not sacrifice, their own lives for others. Certainly the woman does. The man? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when I return for Act 3. I have said that there are all sorts of torture, limitless degrees of mental and physical torment. And of these, mental anguish is worst of all. There are some who can stand physical pain better than mental, and vice versa. Moments ago, we wondered, would Todd Stearns break under the strain of watching the torment of his wife, Tammy? Would Tammy? Well, let's find out.
Todd.
What?
You fainted.
Fainted? Tammy. I remember now. Pendulum. Blade descending closer and closer, cutting through a dress. Is she
what?
Dead! Damn you, is she dead?
The tape recorder is right there in front of you. Dictate the formula.
Answer me. Is Tammy dead?
Dictate the formula.
No.
You will, if you want the answer to whether your wife is dead or alive.
Oh, no. If she's dead, then at least she's safe from you.
But if she's alive, I see it in your eyes, the agony of not knowing. Dictate.
No.
You got more guts than I thought.
Oh, no. I'm as much a coward as the next man. But you made a mistake when you left Tammy and me alone together for those few hours.
Oh?
It's a funny thing, but I don't know why. Maybe it was just facing our last hours on Earth together, but we really got to know each other for the first time in our 4 years of marriage.
I made a mistake?
You made a mistake. You're licked. Dead or alive, Tammy licked you, and dead or alive, I won't let her down.
I see. Excuse me. Bring her in.
Tammy? Oh, Tammy, thank God you're alive.
Oh, darling, oh, darling.
Are you all right? You aren't harmed. You're all right.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
No, you're not. Your hands. I can feel your hands. They're shaking.
I'll calm down, then I'll be all right.
Not if Todd goes on refusing to give me that formula.
Then you haven't given it to him?
No.
Oh, I'm so glad, darling. I'm so glad.
Your happiness is doomed to a short life, because I assure you Todd is going to do what I ask.
No, not Todd.
Oh, yes. Let me say that I admire you, both of you. And you have every reason to be proud of this man you married.
Well, I am very.
But he is not a Superman. He has his breaking point, as all men do. I haven't succeeded in reaching that point, that's all. But unless he dictates the formula he carries in his head, I shall take final steps to reach his breaking point, and yours, quickly. Oh, by the way, your little girl, Jill.
What about her?
I thought you'd want to know. Your housekeeper, Anna, sent for the doctor a little while ago.
Why?
Is she worse?
I don't know. All I have is the report that the doctor was sent for.
You dirty rat.
Now, slowly, Todd. Physical violence will get you nowhere.
This is part of your next torture, isn't it? Making us worry about Jill's condition.
And what will become of her should the two of you meet what you possibly may meet? Death. You leave me no choice but to subject you now to the kind of torment I tried to avoid.
Well, there can't be anything worse than the pendulum.
There's the pit. I see that you know something about it.
I don't know anything about it.
Precisely. You've heard of the pit, but it remains an unknown quantity. And it will be that, the simple fact that you don't know what awaits you in the pit, that will break you. Just as not knowing why the doctor was called for your daughter has shaken you. Now, once again, will you give me the formula? Then it's the pit, I'm afraid. Back where we started? Oh, no. The pendulum, you see, is again in place in the ceiling. I will leave you alone now with just the pit. Oh, and, Todd, when you decide that you can't take any more and agree to give me the formula, just say so. You'll be heard.
I hope Jill's all right.
Don't worry, she is. There's no better doctor than Dr. Lynch.
Yes, but if the cold's gone into her chest, you know, her chest is weak.
Don't worry. It's just what that louse wants. For all we know, he could be lying. Anna never sent for the doctor.
Oh, you're right. I'm doing just what X wants me to do. I'm worrying myself sick. What are you looking for?
Something to drop down the pit.
Why, what for?
Find out how deep it is. Whether the bottom is solid or filled with water. The room's as bare as a bone, though.
Here.
Oh, your shoe?
You can buy me another pair when we get out of here.
I'll buy you a dozen pair. Okay. Here it goes. Funny.
I didn't hear a sound. Not a sound.
No splash. No thud of the shoe hitting anything. Nothing. The damn thing can't be bottomless.
It's either that or awfully, awfully deep.
That's for sure. Give me your other shoe.
Try again?
Yes. The first sound could have been so slight we didn't pick it up.
Yes.
This time, listen carefully. Very carefully. Ready?
Go ahead. I didn't hear a thing.
Shh. No. Nothing.
Let's stand back. I don't like being so near the edge.
I don't blame you. Thought of phoning in.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's all right. I feel the same way.
Let's sit down on the floor. Against the wall.
All right. Yes, that's better. Todd? The wall feels warm.
It's a little too warm. Just, move away a bit. Better?
Much. Oh, I'm sure Jill's going to be all right. I'm just not going to worry about her.
No.
Todd, that wall's getting hotter.
Well, we'll have to move away from it a little more.
And closer to the pit.
Wait a minute now. You don't think... Here, let me just see how...
Todd!
Burned my hand. The wall is as hot as an oven. Move over to that one.
Well, this one's as hot as the other. It's getting hotter.
So that's it. Don't you see? The hotter the walls get, the farther we have to get from them.
And the closer to the pit until we...
Yeah. Until... Are you all right?
Oh, darling, the heat's stifling. And we're moving closer to the pit.
Can't help it. Heat from the walls. Getting worse.
Oh, God, hold me. Put your arms around me.
Sweetheart.
I'm scared. What is down there? We go over the edge. Oh, God, it's less than 2 feet away now. When we go over, what will happen to us? What?
Death, I guess.
But how? How will we die?
Right. Try not to move any closer. Try.
I can't help myself. The heat's unbearable. You're moving closer to the edge, too.
I can't help it either.
Hold me. Hold me.
Sweetheart. This is it. I guess we... Wait a minute.
What?
The heat. It doesn't seem so hot.
Not so. I think you're right. It's cooler. Oh, the room seems cooler. Oh, let's move back.
It won't last long. That creep has got something else in store for us. But you see, he didn't go through with it. Just as he didn't go through with the pendulum.
No, you fainted.
I don't think he would have gone through with it anyway.
Why not, Todd?
What?
Mr. X, Todd. I can see you and hear you. What's given you the sudden idea that I won't go through with things?
You want the formula.
True.
Kill me and the formula dies with me.
True.
Well,
Todd Stern's dead is worth considerable, too. Oh, not as much as the formula, but considerable.
I don't see why.
Very simple. It's worth a great deal for a certain government to prevent another from getting the formula. Keeps the balance of power unbalanced, you see. And now that we've settled that, do you still refuse to change your mind?
Yes.
Todd, I'm sorry to say that this time, I believe you.
Wait a minute. Tammy has no part in this now. You used her to break me down. You failed. What you used for her is over. Let her go.
He hasn't heard you. Or if he did, he said his final word. And I wouldn't want out anyhow. If you die, I want to be dead too.
But it's senseless. Pointless. I'm the one who has the formula, not you. There's no point in killing you if I... What's that?
What is it?
Machinery of some kind. But I don't know what it's for. Yes, I do.
God, what?
The walls. Look at the walls.
They're moving. All four of them. Moving inward.
Making the room narrower. And narrower until...
There'll be no space, no floor space left.
Nothing but the pit.
Oh, Lord.
X! X, listen to me. Let Tammy go. I beg you, let her go.
The pit. The walls pushing us to it. Oh, let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
Tammy.
I can't bear anymore. I can't bear it.
You won't have to bear any more now, sweetheart. No more. Now.
More champagne, Tammy?
No.
Todd? What I want is an explanation of all this, and you better make it a good one, Mr. What is your name?
X will do.
Yeah, but now we know it was all a test or a game or whatever it was.
I must still keep my cover. Look, I don't blame you for being angry. Simply put, we subjected you to a test to see how much you could take before you broke down. All operatives, couriers, are put through the ringer.
I never was before. I never even heard of it before.
Never would have if you hadn't reached that point in your career where we felt that you were ready. The formula you so painstakingly memorized, Todd, is worthless. There's no such thing as that bacterial weapon.
Oh, no.
But if there were, and you were caught by the kind of group I pretended to represent, we had to be sure that you'd never break, never reveal it.
And risk blowing my mind. Tammy.
No. You were never in any danger of that. From start to finish, you were carefully monitored by staff psychiatrists. We'd have known instantly if you were in any serious difficulty.
Well, I guess you'll have to do it.
Yes, we do.
Tell me something. What did we fall on? I mean, when I went over, holding Tammy in my arms.
Special foam rubber. Dozens of layers of the stuff. You could have dropped an iron safe down that hole, much less Tammy's shoes, and you'd have heard nothing. Now then, it's over. You can relax and unwind. What's more, Todd, you have gained something that you didn't have before. You've learned how much you can take. And, mister, you can take it.
I learned something a lot more important than that, if you ask me.
What would that be, Todd?
I learned... Tammy, I always thought you were pretty wonderful, but you're more than that. You're the most wonderful woman and wife in the world.
Truth is stranger than fiction. And if you feel the story I've just brought you is one of the strangest you've ever heard, I can only assure you that even stranger things go on in this world of ours. Stranger and, yes, more terrifying. Let's hope you never find yourself involved with any of them. Beyond your radio, that is. I'll be back shortly. Although our version of The Pit and the Pendulum was only based on Edgar Allan Poe's story, it's to this great master of the bizarre and this connoisseur of the horrifying that we owe the story's, shall we say, electrifying moments. I hope you were properly shocked. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Marion Seldes, and Norman Rose. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Insurgents continue to tighten their control around Phnom Penh, and sources say the Pentagon has a plan to evacuate Americans. I'm Jim Kilpatrick, reporting on the CBS radio network. There are an estimated 400 Americans now in Phnom Penh, and the Associated Press reports a helicopter carrier is in the Gulf of Thailand with a small force of Marines in case they are needed to evacuate Americans from the Cambodian capital. The Pentagon sources told the Associated Press this is a precautionary measure, and there has been no order to prepare for any imminent evacuation. President Ford's decision to delay full implementation of his $3 per barrel tariff on imported petroleum was welcomed by many economists who said such an inflationary tax would have harmed the economy. The president told Congress he would delay any further import tariff increases for 60 days while he worked on a compromise energy plan with Congress. The Ford administration also wants to cut $600 million in federal subsidies for school lunches. The proposal was made before a House subcommittee, and Congressman Carl Perkins says there is no way the cut will be approved.
I think it is the most absurd proposal to ever come from any administration. It shows that the Secretary of Agriculture knows nothing about the school lunch program, or he had never made such a absurd or such a foolish proposal.
Congressman Carl Perkins. There's more criticism of White House economic policy from Big Labor tonight. Connie Chung reports from Washington.
After receiving this year's Brotherhood citation from the National Conference of Christians and Jews, AFL-CIO President George Meany used the opportunity to attack the Ford administration's economic policies.
These days, we must admit, our job is getting more difficult each day. And you all know the reason. It's not because we've stopped trying. It is because of the policies of the administration that has been in power in Washington since January of 1969 have thrown this nation into an economic crisis worse than anything we've known since the Great Depression of the 1930s.
Meany also focused part of his speech on discrimination against Jews. He called Arab fanatics old-fashioned anti-Zionists who are anti-Semites in the, quote, spirit of Adolf Hitler. Connie Chung, CBS News, Washington.
United Auto Workers Union President Leonard Woodcock says Congress should approve legislation providing special federal health insurance aid to workers who have lost their normal health insurance benefits because they are now unemployed. Major American automakers have reported their February sales figures. General Motors up 3.2% over last year, Chrysler down 18%, American Motors down 30%. The United States and Iran have signed a $15 billion trade agreement. The United States will sell Iran 8 nuclear power plants, housing units, hospitals, and equipment for a new major port. More CBS News after this. West German police are searching for 8 people suspected in the kidnapping last week of political leader Peter Lorenz. The kidnappers freed Lorenz Tuesday night after using him to win the release of 5 of their comrades from German prisons. The 5 were flown to asylum in southern Yemen. Lorenz is reported in good physical condition. The governments of Cuba and Colombia will resume diplomatic relations Thursday. Negotiations were conducted through the Swiss government. Colombia broke relations with Cuba in 1961. I'm Jim Kilpatrick, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, emissary from a world you never made. We are commanded to forgive our enemies, but nowhere are we told to forgive our friends. Is this why an old philosopher advises, treat your friend as if he will one day become your enemy, and your enemy as if he will one day be your friend? As you can see, the whole business is not only thoroughly mixed up, but it also rests on a foundation of shifting sands. And why not? Isn't that the story of our lives? Our mystery drama, The Safe Judge, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden and Patsy Bruder. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Hope makes a good breakfast, but a bad supper. Probably because hope is like the morning glory which blooms in the rosy brightness of the dawn and wilts and fades in the pitiless heat of the sun. Well, we could continue in this vein, but surely you get the point. For a specific example of hope, consider the magnificently appointed sports car moving along the turnpike just this side of the speed limit. Why? Because the sleekly handsome young man behind the wheel fervently hopes he will not be stopped. But his hopes are about to be dashed.
Pull over, punk! All right, out of the car. Keep your hands where I can see them.
Wait, what? What did I do?
Out!
Well, look, I wasn't doing 155.
Let's see your license. No. Take it out of the wallet. That's it.
Well, I wasn't breaking the law.
Joseph Mangle, Jr. You wouldn't be Big Joe Mangle's kid, would you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, I didn't know I had myself a celebrity here.
Okay, copper, now that you know the score, I'll be on my way.
That's so?
Well, you mean you want to tangle with my old man?
Don't tangle with Mangle. That's the word, huh?
You bet your sweet life, copper. So before you get into trouble...
Turn around. Now face the hood of your car.
Hey, wait a minute.
Lean forward. Place your hands on the hood.
Hey, what is this?
You're being frisked. That's what this is.
Yeah, well, you're asking for more trouble than you can handle, copper.
Whoa, what do we got here?
Oh, wait a minute, listen.
This cellophane envelope filled with this nice sparkling white powder. You must have a couple of pounds of it.
Well, it's saccharin. I'm bringing it to a friend of mine who's on a diet.
No kidding.
It's the truth.
Well, if it's the truth, you shouldn't mind if we have it analyzed at the lab.
Oh, listen, officer.
Hey, listen, I just been promoted from copper to officer.
You can't arrest me.
Why not?
Because I'm Joe Mangle's kid. You'd be crazy to do it.
I know. Don't tangle with Mangle.
Hey, wait. You can't put those handcuffs on me.
I just did, didn't I?
Listen, officer, let's talk sense, huh?
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Here it comes, the old bribery.
Yeah, sure, that's it. That's what you were after all the time. Okay. I got $2,000 on me. I'll give it to you.
That's another charge, attempting to bribe an officer.
Give me a break, will you?
Scum like you push this poison, you destroy people's lives.
I got a better idea. Take the stuff. It's never been cut. It's pure.
Why, you...
You know how much this is worth on the street? $75,000.
I had to knock every one of your teeth out.
$100,000.
Oh, no. No, I better not muss you up. Garbage like you has to be treated with kid gloves.
You can be rich.
Get in the car.
What do you want to arrest me for? What's in it for you?
What are you sweating about, punk? With your old man's connections, you'll probably get off with a slap on the wrist.
I ain't scared of the law. I'm scared of the old man. I'm doing this freelance. Don't you see? You don't know. That's why you can't take me in.
Can I? Watch me.
Give me a break. The old man finds out. He'll kill me.
What do you want from me, Marie? I got him out on bail, didn't I? $100,000.
So you got him out on bail. He's your own son, your own flesh and blood.
He's a bum.
Now, don't say that.
Ain't it true? I sent him to college. He still talks like a bum. I never got past the 4th grade, and he don't talk no better than I do.
You can't let him go to jail.
They caught him. He had the heroin on him.
He was framed.
Sure.
He was framed. The cop who stopped him. They call him Mad Dog Harlow. I want that cop destroyed.
I know that cop. Everybody knows that cop. That cop is the biggest hero in town. Anything happens to him, and the paper...
I don't care. I want you to prove Joey was framed.
Oh, come on, Marie. Who'd buy such a story?
It has to be a frame-up.
Okay, all right. Let me tell you what we can reasonably expect. I can pull wires for the DA to go easy.
That's not good enough.
Nobody beats a drug rap if they find the stuff on him.
I tell you, he was framed.
So we arrange for a judge to give him an indeterminate sentence. That means he can be out in 6 months.
That's not good enough.
It's the best I can do. I told him to keep his hands clean, but he's a bum.
Yeah. And where did he learn how to be a bum?
Marie, you gotta accept the facts of life. His name is Joe Mangle Jr. He gets caught with the drugs, he's gotta go to jail. There's a limit to what even I can do.
Whatever he is, that's how you raised him. He's gonna have a clean record. No convictions. You owe him that.
That punk? I don't owe him nothing.
Well, you owe me that. I don't care how much it costs. I don't care who you have to buy. But you're gonna get him off.
Nancy?
Oh, Daddy, I didn't hear you come in.
What is that?
What do you think?
It sounds like some poor cat being tortured.
This is the most beautiful music, Daddy.
It is?
Your ears are culturally attuned to a clearly stated theme and definite variations. Whereas...
Do you mind shutting it off?
Barbarian.
No, I'm just an old classicist.
But this is the oldest classical music in the world. There was a visiting lecturer at the college. He had these tapes of Chinese Shang Dynasty ritual dances.
I see a classmate of yours has been arrested.
Who?
Joseph Mangle, Jr.
Classmate? I don't think he's been to anthropology twice the whole semester.
You know him?
Oh, just by sight. What did he do?
He was caught in possession of a few pounds of heroin.
Do you think he's guilty?
Well, dear, that's why he would be given a trial.
Oh, Daddy, must you always talk like a judge?
But I am a judge. How else am I supposed to talk?
Joe Mangle Jr., his father's the biggest racketeer in the country.
Well, as to that, my dear, there is no solid evidence.
But everybody knows it. The same way everybody knows Joe Mangle Jr. is guilty of pushing drugs.
How does everybody know that?
Because he's the type.
And with that simple statement, my dear, you have just annihilated the Constitution of the United States and everything it's supposed to stand for.
Joseph, I consented to this meeting because I was told it was extremely urgent.
Back off, Ashworth. You consented to this meeting because I asked you to come here.
And it's politically dangerous for me to be seen with you. What's it about?
My boy.
Yes, I read about it. I'm sorry. He's a fine lad.
He's a punk, and you and I know it.
I'm sure something can be done.
What?
Handled properly, he could get 3 to 5 and be out in, say, 18 months.
That's not good enough.
I disagree. If he were Joe Nobody Jr., he'd get 20 years without any chance of parole.
I want him acquitted.
Acquitted?
You heard me, Ashworth.
Well, that's impossible.
Everything's impossible till you figure out how to do it. And then you don't have a problem.
Joseph, this is really impossible.
20 years ago, you wanted to run for office. The machine said no. I said yes. Everybody said impossible. Look where you are today.
That was different.
Today, you and me, we are the machine. Now, I want Joey off. And I want you to stop saying impossible.
I don't see how it can be done.
Let me give you this scenario. It was figured out by Harry Anderson. He's going to be Joey's lawyer.
Well, he's clever enough, but he's no magician.
We got a cop by the name of James J. Harlow, better known as Mad Dog. He's a mad dog because he don't listen to reason. No way you could buy him off or head him off. He goes by the book.
Which makes everything tougher for Joey, since Harlow is the arresting officer.
Okay. Harlow's had it in for me personally for years. This goes way back. I was a punk. He arrested me for breaking and entering. Some friends of mine got me off, so he's been making remarks ever since.
Oh? What kind of remarks?
How I own the judges, the DA, the government. The bigger I got, the crazier he got.
He's a very popular cop.
But he's an unbalanced cop, you see. He's been so eager to hang something on me that he stops my son. Why? The kid wasn't speeding. Harlow don't even claim that. So, why did he stop Joey? Ask yourself.
Why?
What else? It comes down to stop and frisk,
which is legal in this state.
Only if the officer can show reasonable cause. Now, why does Harlow stop Joey?
Well, because...
Yeah? The kid don't have any record. He got no reason to suspect the kid's into anything. He stops him only to harass him. Because he's my kid.
Possible.
And because he's out to get me, he plants the stuff and he brings the kid in for possession.
Oh, Joe, no, it won't wash. No jury will acquit Joey.
That's true. Anderson says the same. It don't matter what kind of a story we tell. That jury is gonna hang Joey.
It's true. They'll take one look at Harlow's honest face. He looks like Abe Lincoln without the beard, and that's the case.
The idea is, Ashworth, it mustn't go to the jury.
How do you stop it from going to the jury?
After Anderson presents his evidence, he's gonna ask the judge for a dismissal of the charge.
Oh. Well, how can you be sure the judge will play along?
I mean, you can't make sure of judges in this town?
Well, of course, but up to a point. This is a drug rap. It's enough to make any jurist run scared.
That's why we need a safe judge, an absolutely safe judge.
Joseph, you know as well as I do, given this kind of case, where can we find one?
That's your problem, Ashworth. Your problem.
see, it was Will Rogers who said, politics is applesauce. One thing for sure, it's not an occupation for green apples. What we've been overhearing these past few minutes are a couple of smart apples working on a proposed turnover of justice. Well, the plot thickens, or we should say ripens, when I return with Act Two in just a few moments. Keep your powder dry has always been sage advice. However, young Joseph Mangle Jr. would have been better off had he not been caught carrying a certain type of powder in the first place. Young Joseph is out on bail. Meanwhile, many wheels are turning and spinning and grinding, and right now, a certain number is about to come up.
Daddy?
Oh, see here, young lady. Don't you know you're not allowed to enter a judge's private chambers without knocking?
I thought I'd come downtown, take you to lunch.
Well, why aren't you in school?
Well, Daddy,
Darling, something's wrong?
I don't know how to say this, Daddy. I just don't know what it means.
Well, come on, sit down and tell me.
I heard it on the radio.
What did you hear on the radio?
I was listening to the news, and I heard that you're not going to run for re-election. Daddy, you didn't tell me.
Well, of course I'm going to run again.
But according to the broadcast, they said that you decided to retire.
Well, how could they say that? I have no intention of retiring. Someone must have gotten things turned and twisted.
Daddy, call Uncle Ed.
Why?
So you can get to the bottom of this.
The bottom of what?
I have this feeling that something is wrong.
Oh, you just have the most active imagination.
Daddy, call Uncle Ed.
But it's silly. You can't pay attention to every unfounded bit of rumor and gossip.
It'll make me feel better.
Oh, all right.
It'll make you feel better, too.
I'm calling him on his direct private line. Hello there, Senator Ashworth. What are you doing at home?
Protecting my absentee record. Ben, how are you?
First rate, Ed. Ed, there was a strange bit of news on the air about me.
Oh? Was there?
It seems I've decided to retire. Who told that to whom and on whose authority?
Ben, it's a complicated story.
Oh? Oh, well, yes, of course. I'm glad to hear it's a completely unfounded rumor.
Ben, it's more than just a rumor. It's, unfortunately, it's a fact. I was about to call you.
Dinner tonight? Wait a second. Nancy, dear, you do have classes this evening, don't you?
Yes, Daddy. The traditional designs of medieval heraldry.
Yes, Ed, I'm free for dinner.
But Ben, I have a previous...
No, Ben, really, I'm free. Nothing complicated. I'll meet you at Frascati.
But Ben...
At 7. Sure thing. Bye, Ed. Absolutely nothing to it, Nancy.
You sure?
Poor Uncle Ed. He was so embarrassed, he insisted on taking me to dinner.
And, how's Nancy?
Nancy's just fine.
Has she found herself yet? I mean, what is it this month? Poet, musician, ballet dancer?
Ed,
I'm her godfather, and I take my responsibility seriously.
Ed, who's out to get me? And why are you holding still for it?
Nobody's out to get you, Ben. It's just there's a general movement all through the party to present a new and youthful image in our candidate.
Oh, that's nonsense, and you know it. Age and experience are what people look for in a judge. Are you going to tell me the story or not?
There is no story. This is the way the decision was made.
And after 30 years, I'm out.
Ben, I fought for you.
Yes, my record, I have the highest rating.
Ben, I couldn't save you.
But what am I going to do?
I can't start all over again as a lawyer.
I know it's tough.
You know I never took a nickel. And the fact is, I don't have a nickel. Martha's illness took everything I saved. And now there's Nancy's education. No, I'm not going to hold still for it. I'll call a press conference. I'll say I'm being denied the nomination.
And what good will that do? You'll create a 3-day sensation and you'll have made yourself a lot of enemies in the party.
I don't seem to have too many friends there now.
They leaked the retirement story so you could get out gracefully.
Get out gracefully? To go where? And do what?
You'll never have to worry. We'll find a job for you.
But not a judge's job.
Now, you know the game we're in.
Okay, Ed. I'll let you off the hook. Good night.
Now, Ben, don't run off now. We'll have another cup of coffee. We'll talk, all right?
About what? Friendship? Gratitude? The just rewards of 30 years of honest service?
Hello?
I see by the papers the case is coming up before Judge Talbot.
Yes, Joseph, that's how it worked out.
Is he safe?
I think so. Ben Talbot never took a nickel in his life, and he won't start now.
But if the guy can't be bribed, how can you make sure he's safe?
I didn't say he couldn't be bribed. I'm only saying he won't take money.
How do you figure to convince him to see reason?
I'm letting him convince himself.
You mean as Talbot's been assigned a case and we don't have an understanding with him?
We'll have one, Joseph.
We better. My wife, Marie, don't leave me live. You think you're sitting pretty in Washington, but leave me tell you, you ain't that big. I can't knock you down.
And if you do, I can drag you with me.
Ashworth, are you sure you can make this Judge Talbot safe?
I can promise you. Junior's as good as acquitted. Ben, I know it's very late.
What do you want, Ed?
May I come in, please?
What do you want, Ed?
I see you've been assigned to the Mangle case.
I'm surprised they picked me.
Are you?
I was sure the old man could have pulled strings to have it held before one of his friends.
Oh, no. It was due for your calendar, and that's where it went.
Well, given one thing or another, it'll probably run past Election Day, so I'll go out in a blaze of glory. My last case. You still haven't answered my question. What do you want?
I haven't slept in a week.
Neither have I. What kept you awake?
Ben, I told certain people to go jump in the lake.
Yes?
Because I felt that's what you would have told them. That is, had they asked you.
Had they asked me what?
Exactly 6 days ago, these people, and who they are is immaterial at this point, asked me to make you an offer.
To do what?
They asked me because you and I are so close.
Get to the offer, Ed.
I knew it was something completely alien to your nature, and so I said, gentlemen, forget it.
Well, that must have been some offer.
It was. But I realize now I really don't have the right to answer for you. Whatever it is, you're the one who has to refuse it or accept it.
I assume it's a deal?
Of course.
I've never made a deal in 30 years.
I know that.
And now that I'm at the end of my career, this is no time to start.
That's right, Ben. Except this deal would mean it's not the end of your career as a judge.
Oh?
Yes, that story about your retiring. Well, there'd be a statement in no uncertain terms to the media that there was a misunderstanding, that the party is proud to have you as our nominee because you have been a beacon light in the halls of justice.
And so forth.
And your re-election would be assured as usual.
Provided?
Yes. The deal. The Mangle case.
What am I supposed to do?
Throw it out of court.
Well, the boy was caught red-handed.
Ah, well, aren't you prejudging the case?
Oh, excuse me.
The defense will contend the boy was illegally stopped and searched, that the arresting officer has a history of vindictiveness toward the family, and finally that the officer planted the drugs on the boy.
I see. Well, if the defense is so positive, why even talk deal with me? Any judge would throw it out.
You never know once the trial starts. So we need a safe judge.
You're part of it, Ed.
It affects the party.
The answer is no.
Well, I knew that. But I felt I had to present it.
So that's why there was that rumor of retirement, to soften me up.
You're the only judge up for re-election.
I tell you what I find particularly offensive, Ed. The fact that it deals with drugs. These people are the scum of the earth.
Oh, he's just a boy.
This, to me, is the most vicious of all crimes. Now, I'm not saying I can't be bought. That would be presumptuous. But in a drug situation, never. That depraved, but... Why, he even goes to Nancy's school. No. That's my answer. No.
I respect you for it, Ben.
No, you don't. You think I'm a fool. Well, thanks for presenting me with the deal. But my answer has to be no.
Well, right now, there isn't any answer.
Oh, yes, there is.
You're going to preside at the trial, hear the evidence, and who knows? When the defense attorney asks for dismissal of the charges, you may think quite sincerely on the basis of the facts that he's right.
In return for which, I get the renomination, and my judicial career will bloom brighter than ever.
Coincidence. Isn't that the way life is, Ben?
Good night, Ed.
Let's have lunch one day this week.
Let's not.
There was nothing personal in this, Ben.
Get out.
Good night, Ben.
Daddy.
What?
Oh, Daddy.
Nancy. I thought you were asleep, Nancy.
I was. I heard talking in here and it woke me. It was Uncle Ed, wasn't it?
Yes. He just came over for a chat and a nightcap.
No, he didn't, Daddy. I heard every word.
Nancy.
I am so proud of you, Daddy. I can't tell you how much.
I don't really know what I'm going to do after November.
Daddy, don't worry.
Being a judge, that's the only trade I know.
But if you were to do what Senator Ashworth proposes, then you really wouldn't be a judge anymore, even if you got promoted all the way up to the Supreme Court.
There you are. You just placed everything in perspective for me.
Mrs. Mangle, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Unexpected, yes. A pleasure, no.
What can I do for you?
I just hope you've already done it. Now, Joey goes to trial tomorrow. I don't know this Judge Talbot.
I'm sure that everything will work out.
You're sure? Well, that's not good enough.
Well, life, my dear Mrs. Mangle, can never be 100%.
Well, it had better be. Joey gets off clean. Oh, there's trouble.
Now, Mrs. Mangle,
Don't Mrs. Mangle me, Senator. Believe me, if it doesn't work out, I'll start telling everything I know, and I know everything. And a lot of people, some of whom are in very high places, are going to wind up in jail. No, I'm fighting here for my kid.
I fully understand your position, Mrs. Mangle.
And nobody had better try to shut me up the hard way either. Because what I've got is written, and it's in a safe place.
Please, Mrs. Mangle, you're becoming unduly overwrought.
Yes or no? Has Judge Talbot been made safe?
The answer, Mrs. Mangle, is yes. Definitely. Certainly. Unequivocally. Yes.
How does he know? That's not what we heard from Ben Talbot himself. The answer must be that Senator Ashworth knows something we don't know. Or is he whistling in the dark? Say what you like about Senator Ashworth, you must admit the man lives dangerously. Hopefully, everyone in this perilous situation will survive into Act 3, which I will bring you in just a few moments. In this world, so many fritter away their lives in frustration and boredom. So many work at meaningless routines. They are truly fortunate who take joy in their labor, who find in each day's work a challenge and an adventure. Such a man is Judge Ben Talbot. To him, the bench is his whole life. He savors every moment. The law has been a holy temple, and he a devoted priest. And now he will be driven from that temple unless he chooses to defile it. And either choice is absolutely intolerable.
Daddy, you haven't eaten a thing. The trial starts today?
Yes, dear.
You throw the book at that Joe Mangle Jr.
Now, darling, a man is innocent until he's proven guilty.
Everybody knows he's a young punk.
Well, he's not being tried for that.
How can anybody doubt his guilt?
Oh, he must receive a fair trial.
Absolutely. You give him a fair trial and then send him to jail.
Oh, Nancy.
For life. You've got to do it. You have no other choice.
But, my dear, I haven't heard the evidence yet.
They forced you to do it. When they offered you that deal, that was proof that he's guilty.
I mustn't even discuss this case.
I never want to see Senator Ashworth again.
But, darling, he's your godfather.
Is there some way we can repeal that?
Now, look, if you don't run along, you'll be late for classes.
How did you survive all these years in politics? A man like you who's honest and incorruptible.
Darling, don't get the wrong idea about politics. There are a great many honest people in it. I think most are. It's just that here and there, now and then, someone steps in and says, look, here's how things can be if... well, it only happened to me once.
And if that vicious animal, that Joe Mangle Jr. hadn't been caught with drugs, it might never have happened to you at all. I hate him.
It's time for you to go to school, and for me to go to work.
Hello, Ben.
What are you doing here?
Well, this is my club, too.
What do you want?
You never return my calls.
I'm too busy.
How's the trial coming?
I'm sure you're keeping up with it.
Ben, I want to apologize.
For what?
For my part in the sandbagging of Ben Talbot.
Okay. I accept your apology. Why don't we say good night?
I never realized it, I suppose, but I do have a conscience.
That's your problem.
What I did to you was inexcusable.
All of this is obvious. It doesn't need to be said.
Well, I don't think I realized how much the bench meant to you until we had that talk. I didn't realize it was your whole life. That if you couldn't be a judge, you'd have no place to go, and that your life, for all practical purposes, would come to an end. I didn't realize that.
Oh, yes, you did.
Ben, believe me.
And your purpose in cornering me here tonight is to make sure that I realize it. You're scared, aren't you?
Now, Ben.
You promised Big Joe that I'd be a safe judge. Your career is riding on it, too. That's funny. I can destroy both of us.
Ben, I'm telling the truth. I'm sorry for what I did. You have to believe that.
Is that the truth? Or is the truth You've come here to tighten the screws if you can.
Ben.
We'll never know. And I'll tell you something else we'll never know. If it should so happen that I decide to dismiss when his lawyer asks for it, we'll never know. Did I do it because of the evidence or because I want to keep my job? I'll never know that.
Now, look, Ben, I mean sincerely.
And that's why I can never forgive you. You robbed me of the most precious thing I ever had. The knowledge that I was judging without an ulterior motive. I don't know what I'm going to do. The evidence washes over me like ocean waves, and it dries off like water in the sun. None of it stays with me. If I dismiss, am I doing it because I'm afraid? And if I refuse to dismiss, am I doing it because I'm vindictive? Regardless of the decision, now I feel I've lost control.
What reason did you have for stopping young Joe's car?
It looked suspicious.
Why?
Well, when you're a cop, you develop a kind of instinct for a suspicious character.
And you claim you didn't stop young Mr. Mangle just to harass him.
Well, look, he had the stuff on him, didn't he?
Your name?
Keene. Daisy Keene.
You have a criminal record, Miss Keene?
Yeah, I guess so.
What have you done?
Well, I've been busted now and again for pushing. Nothing big, you understand, just little stuff.
Were you ever arrested by Officer Harlow?
Yeah, I was.
That's a lie.
I'll rephrase that, Miss Keene. Were you ever stopped by Officer Harlow?
Yeah, I was carrying heroin. A couple of bags. Good stuff. He didn't book me. He just took the stuff and told me to beat it.
Well, that's a lie.
Your Honor, what is the case the prosecution has presented? The single witness is an officer whose hostility to the defendant and the defendant's family is, to say the least, notorious, and may even be an indication of a serious imbalance. He had no legal reason to stop the defendant, and as to the question, where could he have secured so much heroin to plant on the defendant, it has been testified that he could have built up a supply over a period of time. In view of all these regularities, I hereby move for a dismissal of all charges.
I'll take your motion under advisement, Mr. Anderson. This court will stand adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Daddy, I brought you some coffee.
Oh, thank you, Nancy. Set it down.
Are you writing your decision?
Yes.
I'll bet you're really going to blister that Mr. Anderson. Oh, I hate him. He's so smug. And isn't that Officer Harlow magnificent? Oh, if there were just more cops like him.
Darling, you must let me get back to work.
I mean, especially on campus. You've no idea what goes on. They sell that filthy stuff as openly as if it were ice cream.
Yeah, darling, it's getting late.
Of course you're going to deny the motion.
Dear, I'm going over the transcript.
That creep was caught cold. Put him in...
Oh, there must be the proper legal...
Daddy, do you mean that there's a chance that you'll let him get off? Oh, no, never.
I will do whatever is indicated by the evidence. This is a most difficult decision to make. But that is the purpose of justice. It is obvious that the prosecution has not been able to present the basic facts that are necessary in a trial of this nature. Additionally, there are many irregularities and illegal procedures, all of which I've already noted. The court, therefore, has no choice but to dismiss all charges. Going out again tonight, dear?
Yes?
Well, don't you have exams tomorrow?
I suppose so.
Nancy, sit down. Let's talk.
About what?
You know about what? Ever since the trial...
I don't want to talk about the trial.
Well, we'd better, because that's what's been bothering you.
What is there to say? You decided on the basis of the evidence, didn't you?
You don't believe that.
Why shouldn't I believe it?
I can tell by the way you're acting toward me. You believe that I took a bribe.
Didn't you?
No.
Good night, Daddy.
Now, wait. The evidence could have supported either decision.
And you chose the one that could do the most for you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what made me do that.
Well, I do.
Nancy, please, try to understand.
I have to go. I have a date.
You read the paper, the Chronicle. The editorial supported my decision.
I understand that Big Joe Mangle has money in that paper.
The Chronicle is one of the most respected newspapers in the world. Nobody could buy their editorial decisions.
Just like nobody could buy your judicial decisions.
According to the evidence, Nancy, Joe Mangle Jr. was innocent.
Well, I say he's guilty. Guilty of pushing drugs.
But the state couldn't prove it.
Well, I can prove it.
What are you talking about?
I may even prove it tonight.
Hey, good looking. What's your name?
What's it to you?
Well, there's a law about gorgeous chicks like you sitting around just hoping.
Oh, why don't you move along?
You know who I am?
I couldn't care less.
Joe Mangle Jr. My old man runs this town.
Don't tangle with Mangle.
Senior. However, you can tangle with Mangle Jr. Listen. You got the blues?
Take off, will you, please?
Listen, I'm a swell guy when you get to know me. And I got just the cure for the blahs.
I don't drink.
Who's talking about drinking? I got something for you, baby. It's like flying.
What have you got for me that'll make me feel like flying?
Honey, let's go outside. And we'll fly together.
I'm not too sure I know the end of the story. I'd like to be able to say she tried it once just to prove something to her father. But I'm not sure that's the way she did it. Or did she do it to confirm for her father that Joe Mangle Jr. was guilty? As we say in a court of law, deponent knoweth not. But I know I'll be back in just a few moments. Once you get past the idea that money is the least of all bribes, then just about everything becomes possible. And just about everybody has his price. And, of course, her price. And sometimes a bribe can be offered in such a way that it doesn't appear to be a payoff at all, but only a natural event. If only things were more simple and direct in life. Our cast included Patsy Bruder, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time... Pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm sure you'd be interested, so I thought I might define a charnel house. According to Webster, it is a house, vault, or other place where dead bodies or the bones of the dead are deposited or piled up. Why do I bring up such a gruesome subject? Join me in our story and tell me later whether or not I should have. Our mystery drama, The Charnel House, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Roberta Maxwell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. At the turn of the century, the last place anyone would have connected with a charnel house was the prestigious Chisholm Clinic, some 30 miles northwest of Boston, on the rugged shores of Cape Ann. Dr. Carlton Chisholm had poured his life savings into a miracle palace of diagnostics for those who could be rescued from the shadow of death, and a haven for those who could not be helped to escape it. But dark shadows lurked behind the bright promise, as Jane Pryor is about to discover.
By the time I got off the train at Marblehead and into the Hackney carriage, I was exhausted. The long 12-day trip that had brought me home from Vienna had been a nightmare, tortured by fears and uncertainty. Now that I was on the final lap, the last thing I wanted to do was to make conversation.
In all the rush, I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Stephen Garrick.
How do you do?
May I ask your name, Miss... it is Miss, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Miss Jane Pryor.
Oh. I don't mean to pry, but are you headed for the same place as me?
I don't know. I don't know where you're headed.
Oh. I thought from the fact I was a doctor... I'm going to the Chisholm Clinic.
So am I.
You work there?
No.
Well, you certainly can't be a patient.
I'm going to visit my father. He's a patient there.
Oh, good. I'm sorry he's a patient, of course. What I meant was, if you visit there often, I thought I could ask you a couple of things about it. I'm just about to start there. It's all new to me.
I'm afraid it's just as new to me, too, Dr. Garrick.
Oh? Your father just took ill recently?
No. He's been a patient at the clinic for a little over a year now.
I didn't mean to upset you, Miss Pryor.
I only hope that there isn't anything for me to be upset about.
I sure hope so, too. What's the nature of your father's illness?
A year ago, he had a bad fall and fractured his hip. He wrote me from Chisholm Clinic to say that it had been reset, but that he would be spending quite a while there till it healed.
Quite a while? A year?
Longer than that, actually. 14 months. Oh, I wanted to come to him, but he put me off. It was a long trip, and it would have been very expensive.
You were out of the country?
I was in Vienna, studying voice. I was to be there 2 years.
I see. Your father is an older man?
Oh, no, he's quite young, really. I I don't know exactly how old he is, but somewhere in his late 40s. We exchanged letters every week at first, and he seemed to be coming along quite well. Then there was some sort of setback, and apparently they had to operate again. But he was very cheerful about it and insisted that I must not come home. There was nothing I could do anyway.
Certainly with the reputation that Chisholm Clinic has, he was under the best of care.
I knew that. And also, Dr. Chisholm was an old friend of the family, practically an uncle of mine. So I didn't worry that much till about 3 months ago.
What happened then?
All of a sudden, my father's letters just stopped coming.
But you kept writing to him?
More often. The last 2 letters I even sent directly to Dr. Chisholm.
Were your letters returned to you?
No. Even the ones I sent to our house in Boston.
Well, it's a big ocean, and mail does go astray. I'm sure there must be some simple explanation.
I'm sure there must be. Anyway, I'm being a fool, since I'll find out very shortly now.
I wish to help you any way I can.
You already have. Now that's enough about me. Tell me about yourself. You're quite young for a doctor, aren't you?
It's the way you get to be when you're just fresh out of med school.
Will this be your first job?
Sure will. And not a moment too soon.
What do you mean?
Well, I more or less had to put myself through medical school, so it had to be a small one. And you don't waltz into good internships that easy if you're not from one of the bigger schools. In fact, I just about given up hope when this fell open. I mean, the Chisholm Clinic, that's really hitting the jackpot.
I congratulate you.
Yes, what a piece of luck.
You say the job fell open. How did that happen?
Now, that's the part that's not so good. The guy they had was in his 2nd year. He was carrying around a virulent culture in a test tube, and somehow it slipped, and in trying to catch it, he cut his hand and got it infected.
Is he very ill?
Not anymore. He got blood poisoning through his whole system and died of it 2 days ago. Looks like rain. Do you have luggage?
Just this small bag. I can manage it.
Let me help you down.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I suppose I won't be seeing you again.
I suppose not.
Will you be going back to Boston tonight?
I don't know. That depends on how I find my father.
I hope you find him in the best of health. I'd just like to say, if I can ever be of any help...
I'm sure I can manage everything now.
I don't think you understand. I'm not trying to take advantage of a chance acquaintanceship. You may need help, Miss Pryor.
I had scarcely reached the cover of the portico before the rain came. Since I was sheltered, I hesitated before ringing the bell. The strange way Dr. Stephen Garrick had said that I might need help, emphasizing the word need, had caught my ear. I had the uneasy feeling that had haunted me all the way from Europe, that something was very wrong. But as Dr. Garrett came up the steps carrying his bags, the door suddenly opened to reveal a tall woman in a nurse's uniform with a forbidding, hatchet face.
Good afternoon. You would be Dr. Garrett?
That's right.
I'm head nurse Banyan. We were expecting you, but couldn't spare anyone to meet you at the station. Come in.
Thank you, Nurse Banyan. But I think, first of all...
We can talk after you're in. The wind is blowing the rain, and I'm getting wet.
Well, I only wanted to introduce Miss...
Oh, I didn't see you there. Is she with you, Doctor?
We came in the hackney together.
What can I do for you, miss?
I'm here to visit my father. He's one of your patients.
Well, shall we step in before we get soaked? Suppose you drop your bags by the hall tree, young man. Dr. Mandley will want to see you. I'll take you to him just as soon as I get this young person straightened away. We were not expecting any visitors. Why didn't you write?
I did before I left Vienna.
Vienna, Austria?
Yes. I couldn't give you an exact date because I didn't know when I would arrive.
Visitation hours for permanent guests are once a month on the weekend. Not till a week from Saturday.
I've come over 4,000 miles to see my father, and I intend to see him now, today, this minute.
May I inquire the name of the patient?
Mr. Robert Pryor. And he's a close friend of Dr. Chisholm's.
I think you had better talk to Dr. Manley, Miss Pryor. You'll have to wait, Dr. Garrick.
That's all right. I don't mind.
I don't want to talk to anyone else but my father.
Well, of course. But you must see Dr. Manley first.
Why? Who is this Dr. Manley?
At the present time, he is the head of this clinic. This way, please, Miss Pryor.
She turned and headed towards one side of the big hall. My head was clamoring with unasked questions. I had a sick sense of foreboding.
What is it, nurse?
Dr. Manley, this is Miss Jane Pryor, the daughter of Mr. Robert Pryor.
Robert Pryor? Oh, my dear Miss Pryor, yes. Come in, come in. Won't you please sit down?
Dr. Manley, I want to know what's going on here. I'm not a fool. Obviously, there's something very, very wrong. It's father, isn't it? What's wrong?
Well, I thought, of course, you knew. I'm afraid that your father is dead, Miss Pryor.
Oh. When did it happen?
About 2 weeks ago.
Oh, no. Oh, Father.
Close the door, nurse, and fetch some brandy in the decanter. Now, Miss Pryor, you must try to relax. I know what a terrible shock this must have been.
All the pent-up emotions of the last 12 days, the agonizing frustrations of what had seemed like an endless journey, the strain of trying to turn away from the terrible presentiment that my father might be dead hit me. I felt the room spin, and I must have fainted for a while. When I came to, I was saying, why didn't someone write and tell me?
But we did, my dear. Apparently our letter must have reached Vienna after you left.
But how could he die? I mean, just of a broken hip?
Well, your father had a great deal more than that the matter with him.
You mean the other operations?
I mean the cause of them. Something we were not able to arrest.
I don't understand.
Your father had osteomyelitis, my dear.
What's that?
A disease of the bone and the bone marrow. The disease has a normally slow growth, but in your father's case, the deterioration was very rapid. Oh, I assure you he had every care, everything that money could buy. Even after the money ran out, the clinic provided the same lavish care for him, but, well, to no avail.
The money ran out?
The cost of medical care can be astronomical. But then, what is more precious than life, if it can be saved?
But if there's no money left, what am I going to do?
I thought, I mean, you were off in Europe, and your father was not exactly a rich man. We thought you were independently wealthy.
I had to beg, borrow, and steal to get myself home. I have less than $2 in the whole world. I don't know what... Oh, yes. Yes, I do know what. I want to see Dr. Chisholm.
Well, I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Perhaps we could put up Miss Pryor for the night, Dr. Manley, and tomorrow she could talk to Dr. Chisholm.
Yes, that's an excellent idea, Nurse Bannion. And I shall prescribe a sedative for her so that she may have a good long rest, the one she needs. Miss Pryor, I won't take no for an answer. You must be our guest.
I had this dreadful urge to run from someone who seemed only trying to be kind. In any case, where was there to run to?
Intriguing, isn't it? I mean, are the good Dr. Manley and his somewhat forbidding head nurse just exactly what they seem, and as much the accidental victims of the slow and chancy communications of 80 years ago? Or is this, as Jane somehow senses, a case of
Step into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Whatever Jane Pryor's instincts may have told her, a practical assessment of the spot she finds herself in have drowned them out, and she has spent the night at the Chisholm Clinic in a long, dreamless sleep. One pleasant surprise has been that instead of the aseptic coldness of a hospital room, it has been spent on a soft, quilted bed in an exquisitely furnished bedroom on the second floor of the main building. Awake early and already dressed, she is gazing out at the sunrise from this room.
The sun was just rising. It was a lovely, brisk fall day outside. In spite of the long rest, my head felt heavy and my eyes swollen and puffed. I had an urge to get out and breathe some of that air to clear my head. I went downstairs, seeing no one, crossed the empty hall, slipped the chain from the door, and let myself out. I came off the porch, remembering the sea, and turning to walk in that direction. I could begin to see other buildings now. A large, fairly new one that must be the clinic proper. A big, old one far in the distance. Other buildings dotted about. Before I had gone very far...
Well, surprise! Good morning, Miss Pryor.
Good morning, Dr. Garrick. Where did you pop up from?
The clinic over there. They put me right on duty yesterday. Haven't even found a billet for me yet. I'm on my way over to administration to find a bed. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm beat. I must look a mess.
Not at all. You look very efficient in your white.
Oh, skivvies. The clothes make the man. But what are you doing here still? About your father?
He's dead.
Yes, I know.
Oh, how did you know?
Yesterday, when you went in to see Dr. Mandley, I couldn't help overhearing while the door was open. There's something wrong, isn't there? Any way I can help?
I'm afraid not.
I really want to. If you just... What the devil?
What is it? What are they?
Oh, house pets, I guess. Hey, those are pinchers. Get behind me, Miss Pryor.
Oh, are they dangerous?
They're attack dogs. Down, boys. Down. I can't stop them. I'll keep them busy. Then you run for it.
But, Doctor...
Listen to me. They're vicious. Down. You hear me? Down.
Sit. Sit, Hans. Sit, Gretel. Easy, then. Easy. Stay.
Oh, sure, I'm glad you showed up. Who are you?
Who are you?
Dr. Garrick. And this is Miss...
We ain't got no Dr. Garrick here.
I just joined the ranks yesterday.
Oh, you the new intern?
That's right.
Who are you, sister?
Well, this is Miss Pryor.
Let her answer for herself.
Now, just a minute. Who do you think you are?
I'll tell you, Doc. The name is Morris, the enforcer. I'm in charge of security around here. You break my rules, I'm the boss.
Please, don't argue. My name is Pryor. Jane Pryor. My father was a patient here.
How did you get on the grounds?
I came yesterday afternoon.
And stayed the night?
Yes.
I never heard of no visitor staying overnight.
It was Dr. Mandley's suggestion.
Oh. I'll check on that, you know.
Why don't you go do that, Mr. Enforcer, and take your two brutes with you?
I'm not quite finished. Where was you headed, miss, at this time in the morning?
I wanted some air. I thought I'd walk down to the sea.
And you, Doctor?
They haven't given me a place to live yet. I was working at the clinic, and I was going over to administration to see Dr. Mandley or someone about getting somewhere to sleep.
Okay. Now, you know this. From sundown to sunup, the dogs are loose. Anyone wants to move around outside, you check with me first.
What is this, a prison?
No, Doc. But you see that big old building down there? We got a lot of strange cookies in there, ain't got their heads screwed on right. For their protection, as well as everybody else, we make sure everybody stays where he won't get hurt. Now, you better get back inside.
I guess we'd better get inside.
What a terrible man.
Yes, I'd like to catch him without those dogs of his and...
I don't think you want to tangle with him. He looks awfully powerful.
like a bouncer or an ex-pug.
I can't understand Uncle Dr. Chisholm having a man like that in his employ. I think I'll speak to him about it when I see him.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
We have a reception committee. Dragon Lady, Nurse Banyan.
I suppose she's looking for me.
Will I see you again?
I don't expect so. My father is dead, and I've found out I have no money. I don't know where I'm going to be. Nurse Banyan peremptorily told Dr. Garrick she would show him to his room, and that Dr. Mandley was waiting to see me. In his study, I found him in operating whites, and in a rather strange mood.
First of all, let me apologize for the earliness of the hour, but I shall be in surgery all morning. I didn't know that you knew Dr. Chisholm so closely.
Well, I don't anymore. I haven't seen him since I was 10 or 11.
I see. But you and your father were very close to him.
Oh, yes. In a certain way. I mean, my father was Dr. Chisholm's driver till he moved out here to open the clinic.
Oh, your father didn't come with him?
No. He didn't want to take me away from my music school and teachers, so the doctor helped him get his own carriage and hackney service. That's how he was able to afford to send me to Europe.
Well, I had no idea he was a special friend of Dr. Chisholm's.
He was visiting the doctor out here when he broke his hip. Didn't you know that?
Why, no. I wasn't on his case.
I'm surprised that Dr. Chisholm in all that time never mentioned it.
Yes. Well, as a matter of fact, there's one reason I wanted to see you. First of all, let me say that Dr. Chisholm is deeply grieved, deeply, at your tragic loss. He wants me to convey to you that you must make your home here until you can make whatever other arrangements you decide.
I can't. I can't take charity like that.
Well, I tell you what, if it'll make you feel better, you can help us here. We're always short-handed. We can make you a nurse's aide.
I don't really know anything about hospitals.
Oh, Banyan will take you in hand, teach you all you need to know. I must tell you, this will make Dr. Chisholm very happy. And I want to make it quite clear this was his desire.
Yes, but... Well, if I'm going to see him myself, why do you have to tell me all this, Dr. Mandley?
My dear little girl, you say you haven't seen Dr. Chisholm in several years. Well, I'm afraid you must prepare yourself for quite a shock. He had a rather massive stroke just after your father joined us. And his recovery has been distressingly slow. Distressingly slow.
Here's little Miss Pryor come to see you, Dr. Chisholm.
What? Who's that?
Nurse Banyan.
Not you. Who?
It's me, Uncle Carl. Remember? Little Janie.
Janie. Little Janie. Janie Pryor.
Don't you remember, Uncle Carl? How I used to come here summers, and we'd run down to the water, and how you taught me to swim, and all the places, the secret places you showed me in the rocks, and the shells we gathered, and how we'd run on the sand.
Shells, sand, yes. Little brown legs, sturdy legs. Janie, little Janie.
Oh, you do remember. I'm here, Uncle Carl.
Don't. Good to have you back. Don't go away.
I won't till you're better.
Children, lonely men need children. Lucky man, Pryor. Good man. Where is Pryor?
Doesn't he know?
He does, but he forgets. You'd better leave him now.
But I just came.
Where's Janie?
Little Janie.
I'm here, Uncle Carl, here.
But Janie's going to have to leave. It's time. You're doing him harm. Go. I've got to sedate him.
Janie.
I have to go now, Uncle Carl.
Don't go away. Don't leave.
I promise. I won't leave. I'll stay for as long as you need me. And so I stayed. A week passed, and I was kept so busy I had little chance to see Uncle Carl. There was another huge building I came to know, down by the sea, filled with human flotsam and jetsam. The elderly, the nearly senile, the lame and the crippled, the unwanted, deserted by their families. They needed help, too, and I tried to give it to them. As the days passed, I wondered that I hadn't run into Dr. Garrick. And then, one day as I was wheeling a new arrival to her room...
Well, it's a small world.
Dr. Garrick, fancy meeting you here.
No accident. I was looking for you. I've got to talk to you.
I can't right now. Oh, Dr. Garrick, I want you to meet one of our new guests. This is Mrs. Elizabeth Browning.
Not Mr. Robert Browning's wife, the poetess, although heaven knows I'm old enough.
Pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Browning. I find you as ageless as the first one.
Oh, my, such a nice bedside manner. Don't waste it on me. Save it for the young lady.
But she's not my young lady.
Yes, but keep trying. Go talk to him, Miss Pryor. He has something he wants to say to you.
I can't leave you alone.
Oh, of course you can, my dear. I can wheel this chair myself into my own room. As for being alone, it's a condition of the old. One gets quite used to it. Nice to have met you, Dr. Garrick.
We'll meet again, I hope.
I don't want to leave that sweet old lady alone. What is it you want, Doctor?
I've got to talk to you.
All right.
But not here. Oh, Lord, here comes the dragon. Now I've got to fade. I'll find someplace where we can talk in private.
What about?
I can't tell you here. Just this one thing, if we don't get a chance soon. Get out. Get out of this place, I beg you, before it's too late.
What is this strange establishment with its atmosphere of mystery and decay? This land of the lost, of the abandoned, the mutilated, and the insane. I shall return shortly with Act 3. None of us really likes the hospital, but we applaud its function and its efficiency to heal. We are less fond of an asylum or a sanitarium, but again, it has a goal: to help bind up the wounds of the mind and return people to their worlds again. But no one can like a hospital for chronic cases, for those who have no family, or a family who either can't or won't care for them anymore. And worst of all, for those who can't afford to pay for care, to whom the last refuge of the human soul, the preservation of dignity, has been denied.
Jane?
Yes, Miss Banyan?
Was that Dr. Garrick you were just talking to?
Yes.
What was he doing here in this building?
I don't know. I suppose his duty.
His duty is confined strictly to the medical clinic. I'll have a few words with that young man. Oh, where did you put Mrs. Browning?
I put her right here in 5. It's empty now, and...
She does not belong here. Take her upstairs to 51.
Oh, the general ward? But she doesn't belong there. She's not
The
sick.
woman is senile.
Indeed she is not. She's bright as a penny.
May I remind you that you are not a doctor?
I don't have to be for this. Why, if you put this sweet little lady up with all those poor, sick women... I want to talk to Dr. Chisholm. I'm sure he wouldn't allow it.
You are to stay away from Dr. Chisholm. Your presence is not good for him. He's had quite a setback since your visit.
I don't believe it. And you can't keep me from seeing him.
The orders are not mine. They come from Dr. Mandley.
Then I'll go to him.
As you wish. In the meantime, as long as you are working here, get Mrs. Browning up to 51 and right now.
I felt like an executioner, but I followed orders and took her upstairs. When I left her, she was wheeling about brightly among those sad old women and scattering cheer like popcorn. The rest of the day, I couldn't get her out of my mind. I tried to see Dr. Mandley, but was told he was out for the evening. I went up to my bed in the deepest depression I ever remembered being in.
Don't be afraid. And keep your voice down, Jane.
Jane?
Well, sooner or later, Steve and Jane might as well be now, though I could have picked a better time.
What is all this about?
I don't know it all yet. Just enough to make me sick to my stomach and scared to death for anyone who doesn't carry a fat wallet or a stethoscope, which is why I want you out.
I can't leave here. First of all, I haven't any money.
I'll give you all I've got.
Steve, you know I can't. What is it?
This place, the Chisholm Clinic. When I was a pre-med student, all through med school, how I revered it, looked up to it. The house of life, the miracles that happened here, the breakthroughs, the new techniques, I wanted to intern here more than anything I've ever wanted in my life. I applied, but as I told you, it was my best friend who got the job. How I envied him that first year he was here. The letters, his admiration for Dr. Chisholm, the way he had it made. Then the letters stopped, and he didn't reply to any of mine until...
Until?
He smuggled a letter out to me. I won't go into most of it. I'll just quote a couple of sentences that are burned on my brain. This place is a charnel house. It reeks of death and the ones who profit on it. They have destroyed Dr. Chisholm, and I suppose they will destroy me. I have only one last word. Help.
What was he talking about?
It was too vague and emotional for me to know. I took it to a doctor I know who is high in medical councils. I was surprised that it got so much attention. He became part of a group that enlisted my help. When my friend died suddenly, it was they who secured me my appointment here, to try to find enough evidence for doctors to move against the ones who run this clinic now.
Dr. Mandley and
Yes.
Nurse Banyan?
Yes.
Evidence of what?
Name a crime in the book they haven't committed. Overcharging on a colossal scale, faulty diagnosis, deliberate or through ignorance, a policy that anyone seeking refuge for old age must sign over all their assets.
But isn't that standard procedure?
Where the home guarantees complete service until the patient's death.
Don't they hear?
Sure, as long as they shall live. Only they don't live.
What are you saying?
I told you it was a charnel house. There are other neat tricks for making money. Carrying a patient on the books long after the patient has passed on.
How can they get away with that?
Simple. The people who pay the bills are only too anxious not to be saddled with the problem. They never check up.
They may be paying money for people who have been dead for months?
That's right.
Oh, I can't believe it.
You'd better believe it. There's another neat little trick you might as well be aware of.
What?
They don't carry anyone who can't bear the freight.
What do you mean?
I mean, you'd better not run out of money, like your sweet little Mrs. Browning. It's as good as signing your death warrant if they need the space and think they can get away with it.
Oh, no.
Now, do you see why I want you out of here?
I see a lot more than that. Father, that's what happened to him, wasn't it? I mean, he didn't die just recently. He's been dead for quite a while. Ever since his letter stopped.
I think his death may have been one of the many my friend had discovered. He was ready to blow the whole thing wide open. That's why he got killed.
He didn't die of blood poisoning?
If he did, I'll bet my hat it wasn't spontaneous.
And Dr. Chisholm?
Oh, there's no doubt he had a stroke. That's when Manley had his chance to take over completely. But they had to keep him alive because his prestige was too important to the whole scheme.
I'm sick to my stomach.
Sick enough to get out of here like I tell you?
What are you going to do?
Stay here till I can gather enough evidence to prove all I'm telling you.
I want to stay and help.
No.
Why not?
Don't you see why? Because I love you.
That's ridiculous.
I agree, but there it is. I have since the first moment I met you.
Maybe it isn't ridiculous. So have I.
Oh, my darling. I never thought...
What is it?
You fell over something.
Oh, that. It's some kind of heat register or fresh air duct or something. I tripped over it myself. Never mind it, Steve. What about us?
It won't be that easy.
Listen.
That quickly, Roy.
Get down with me.
Get away with it.
Where?
On the floor. By the register.
Oh, don't run scared. But listen. Our cover is gone. Dr. Chisholm just had another massive stroke. In spite of all we could do, we lost him to cardiac arrest.
All right, it was inevitable. We can cover long enough to get out free.
I'm not so sure. Everything is piling up. Remember the Pecula girl?
I think so. Haven't we been carrying her on the secret dead roll?
For over a year.
So what? Her father and mother couldn't care less.
According to this letter I've just received, a favorite uncle out of the blue cares a great deal. So much so, he plans to visit his niece this weekend. Day after tomorrow.
The girl's been dead for 10 months.
We have to offer him proof she hasn't. He hasn't seen her since she was a child. And so it appears. So,
You mean the one upstairs? Jane Pryor?
She's one of the loose ends we must tie up eventually.
She'd never go along with it. How could you persuade her?
My dear Martha, we don't need her cooperation. Only a young body. I didn't say it had to be alive. Good. That's enough for tonight. I'm tired.
That settles it. We've got to get you out of here tonight.
How, Steve? Remember? The dogs.
The dogs patrol the fence. They're not down by the water.
If we could avoid the dogs, we could go that way.
Not without a boat. I've checked. The fence runs way beyond low tide, built up on jetties beyond that. It's too cold and too rough to swim. No way there.
But of course there is. The caves.
What caves?
The caves that Uncle Carl and I, Dr. Chisholm, used to explore when I was a little girl. You can find your way through them halfway to Marblehead.
You think you still could?
I never stopped to think about it before. But now that I do, I know I could. We had stopped only to take the documentary evidence that Steve needed, hastily bundled into 2 knapsacks and a portmanteau. Somehow, through guile or luck, we had evaded the dogs and found our way down to the top of the cliffs that guarded the south end of the beach. Then, all of a sudden, a bright torch stabbed out, pinning us in its beam.
Ain't that a pretty sight? You going somewhere, Sonny? And your little girlfriend, Miss Pryor?
We're minding our own business. Why don't you mind yours?
Come right down to it, ain't I got the inside track? This is really my business. Could you say the same?
We've got to get past him. Get his attention.
Where are your dogs?
They're loose somewheres. And don't forget, once they are, Morris here is the only one who can call them off. What the...
It looks as though someone else is loose beside your dogs.
It's too bad for them. If you... Why, you pipsqueak doctor. You think you can take me out with a blindsider? I'll make mincemeat out of you.
I've got a rock. Don't make me use it.
You just try it. I've been looking forward to this.
No, Steve.
Stay back, Jane.
Come here, sawbones. No, I can't swim.
What happened?
I tripped him. He was going to kill you.
He slipped and fell into the sea. I can't just let him die. Maybe I can get down to him somehow.
Margot, the dogs. Call them off.
I told you we shouldn't have come out.
Where's Morris?
I don't know.
going, Jane?
We've got to try to get help.
It's too late. And we couldn't anyway. They're only getting what they deserve.
But they are human beings.
After what they've done, not in my book. Come on, darling. Those dogs have tasted blood. And with no one to call them off, none of us is safe. Let's get out of here while we still are.
I suppose that Nurse Banyan must have checked my room and found me missing. Perhaps she was suspicious of Steve also. There's no way of knowing why they panicked and came out of the house after dark to expose themselves to the dogs. Probably they thought they were safe because Morris was there to call them off. Only Morris wasn't. He was already dead. And now, so were they.
Dr. Chisholm died, but his clinic went on living. The same group of doctors who had arranged for Steve Garrick to investigate it took over. They planned to run it only until Dr. Garrick was ready and accredited to take over. They had as deep a faith in this young doctor as his wife, the former Jane Pryor, had. No two people were more wedded to the proposition that no one should be allowed to approach death without dignity. I'll be back shortly. This was a story of almost a century ago, when communications were slow and unsophisticated. And you might think that many things were conceivable which no longer are today. But treatment of the elderly, as you can confirm for yourself by reading any big city daily, is always an opening for the ruthless. It's a sad fact that wherever there is money to be made, there are always people who don't care how it is made. Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Gordon Gould, Grace Matthews, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How great is our capacity for belief? Most people would probably claim they'll believe anything they can see, feel, taste, touch, or hear. In short, anything they could experience with their senses. But I will venture to say there are things in this world so fantastic, so incredible, that you or I could stare at them with our own two eyes and swear under oath that we were not seeing what was there. Our mystery drama, the 9th volume, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Michael Wager. Energy is something we hear a great deal about these days. The kind of energy provided by oil and coal, that is. We hear debates as to how much of these precious substances are left. Some say supplies are virtually unlimited. Others say we'll run out in 200 to 300 years. And the more dire prophets claim a mere 25 years. Whatever the figures, one thing is certain. As the situation becomes more urgent, some of those looking for new reserves are not going to let anything stand in their way. The year is 1998. We're at a drilling site on the western slopes of the Rocky Mountains.
Okay, start her up. Start her up. Shockey?
Yes, sir?
What are the chances of that well getting down another 50 feet by noon?
I don't know, boss. That's pretty solid stuff we're drilling through now.
I don't understand this. Not in all my 42 years in this business as a company geologist told me to drill halfway up a mountain instead of on the low ground.
He seems pretty confident.
He's a young smart aleck, if you ask me. He isn't quite right.
You mean in the head?
Yeah. But he went to college. All right, get on the back of that rig, Shockey, and take it as fast as you can. But remember, under no circumstances do I want any more delays.
Morning, Milo.
Morning, John.
Coffee's on.
Uh-huh.
Everything underway okay today?
How can you be so cheerful when we've only got less than a week left and no sign of oil?
Less than a week?
5 days, to be exact. I got a call from headquarters last night. They've decided against renewing the lease on this land.
Oh, they're crazy. They know how much oil there is under that mountain.
Well, John, forgive me, but you seem to be the only one still under the illusion that there's anything at all down there. We've drilled 10 dry holes over the past 2 years, 10 dusters. And all of them have been based on your so-called calculations.
That's right, because headquarters always pulled a pipe before we got down far enough.
Do you have any idea how much drilling costs go up when you get down past the second mile?
Milo, I'm going to make you a little wager. How many feet do you think the boys can take it down today?
I asked Sharkey for 50 by noon.
Then I will bet you $100 that by noon we've struck oil.
$100.
How far down are we now?
As of last night at quitting time, it was 19,967 feet.
Okay. I'll make that bet even more specific. I say that by the time we reach 19,980 feet, we'll be into the biggest pool of oil you ever saw.
Well, it's only 13 more feet.
That's right. Is it a bet, Milo?
Well,
Mr. Hawkins.
Yeah?
Mr. Burt, I think we've hit something. What? We've hit an air pocket. Are you sure? I think that's what it is. The rock bit's not meeting any resistance.
None at all?
No, sir.
Are you holding in position?
Yes, sir.
Good. Get ready to cap. Keep the rig going, but wait till I give you a signal. I want to get company headquarters on the phone.
Yes, sir. Oh, Milo, I think you just saved yourself $100.
I want headquarters to put this over the intercom. When this geyser goes, everybody in that whole building is going to hear it. What? What was that?
Sounded like the rig. The rig! It stopped.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Shocky, what's gone wrong?
I don't know. Well, why did you stop the rig?
Something weird is happening, boss.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, there was this, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. The rotor was kicking up rock dust. You know, that yellowish granite we've been drilling through, and then all of a sudden, well, it changed color.
Changed color?
Yeah.
And for that, you stopped the rig?
Well... Oh, now, wait a minute, Milo. Chalky, you said the dust changed color to what? Well, I think it was kind of reddish.
Ah, well, it sounds like we may have hit a stratum of clay.
So where is this red dust? Let me see it. Well, now that's what I'm trying to tell you. It isn't here anymore. It was in my hands. I was holding it in my hands, looking at it, and it just disappeared.
You mean the wind blew it away?
No. My hands were cupped. There wasn't any wind. It just evaporated. It just evaporated. Disappeared. Yes, sir. Now I've got two nuts to deal with.
As a scientist, I'd be rather curious to have a look at some of this dust. There ought to be still some of this stuff in the hole here if I can just turn the pipe.
Ah!
Here we are.
No, I don't know if I'd touch it, Mr. Perk. What if it's not safe?
That looks harmless enough to me.
Yeah, but you don't know. That's from nearly 4 miles down in the earth. It could be almost anything. That's why I had him stop the rig.
I think my first guess was right. It seems to be clay of some sort. It's very odd, though.
What it?
There had to be a seam of clay that deep in the earth. And the kind of rock formation we've been cutting through.
Look there. See what I mean? Hey, what happened to it? It just vanishes. That's what I was telling you.
Chalky, bring me some kind of small container, will you? A plastic bag, anything, so long as it's airtight.
Okay. Why airtight?
I think it must be the fresh air that's causing this stuff, whatever it is, to disintegrate. I want to get a sample of it down to Boulder, to the university there, and have it analyzed.
This is the only airtight bag I could find, Mr. Perk.
What is it?
Well, it's from my lunch pail. Wife put my sandwich in it this morning.
Well, I guess it'll have to do. Milo, will you give me a ride?
Well, what about the well?
I think we'd better leave the rig off until we find out what this stuff is.
It's past 1 o'clock. We've lost the whole morning. How much longer is this friend of yours going to take?
Milo, Professor Anderson is a very thorough person. He'll be finished when he's finished.
This is ridiculous.
You saw that dust disintegrate with your own eyes.
So, stuff comes up from the center of the earth and acts weird. Why not? If I was down there, I'd act weird.
It doesn't raise your curiosity at all. Ah, Professor Anderson.
Gentlemen.
What did you find out? Were you able to analyze the powder?
Mr. Hawkins, is that right?
Yes, sir. You can call me Milo.
Milo, how do you enjoy working with this practical joker here?
Professor, what?
You see, Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Perk here was one of my more intelligent students, so I assume he must be attempting humor when he comes around bothering a busy old man with a handful of powdered tile.
Tile?
That's right, John. What you asked me to drop everything for and analyze is nothing but common tile, such as one might use to roof a house. What's so special about it?
What's so special about it, Professor, is that it comes from the bottom of a well shaft nearly 4 miles down inside a mountain.
Oh, I see. So you weren't pulling my leg. Why did you ask me to keep the sample in an airtight container? It made my examination much more difficult.
Because when that dust is exposed to fresh air, it disintegrates.
Disintegrates? John, if that's true, do you realize how old this material could be? Your find must be investigated at once.
Well, there's just one problem, Professor. How would you get down there?
I don't know. I only know the site must be excavated. This powder could well be far older than all our previous estimates. It could be all that remains of a civilization we never even knew existed. Which reminds me, John, I must keep this sample and run dating tests on it.
Of course. Now, look, our company has a deadline. If we don't find oil, we've got to be off that land by the end of the week.
Oh, but you can't continue to drill for oil, son. Don't you realize that by continuing to drill, you might destroy an invaluable clue to our past?
I don't care about the past, Professor. I care about the future. And I don't see that the excavation of one more prehistoric Indian dwelling or whatever is going to make any difference.
But getting to that oil, if it's there, will.
Problem still is how to reach the site.
Just a minute. You're drilling up near Pine Creek, aren't you?
Yeah, 3 miles up the mountain from there.
Well, then I think there might be a way. There used to be a big silver mine at Pine Creek, remember?
Ah, that's right. It was abandoned at the turn of the century, 95 years ago.
Yeah, but the last shaft the miners dug struck a cave system.
Of course. You took us there on a field trip.
Now, let me see. I should have some maps around here someplace. Yes. Here we are. This is the one I'm looking for. A cutaway view of the mountain. Now, you can see here how extensive the cave system is. Now, where exactly is the location of your drilling site?
Right here.
There, you see. Trace lines straight down 20,000 feet. That's your depth.
Uh-huh.
And it would place you here, the very deepest bowels of the mountain. But here you see the cave starting at the base of the mine shaft, which is already at the base of the mountain, and you give yourself a head start of nearly 15,000 feet.
And look, here's a branch of the cave which comes practically to the point our drill has reached. Why, we could crawl there in a matter of hours.
Now, just a minute, John. Seem to be forgetting who pays your salary.
Milo, look, it's now 1 o'clock. Give me until starting time tomorrow, 9 o'clock. What do we lose? A half a day.
I think perhaps you better allow Mr. Perk to attempt the descent. My analysis showed traces of a rather strange substance. An adhesive, I believe.
Oh, why was it strange?
Because it was entirely synthetic. And no primitives we're familiar with could possibly have known about it.
I'm reminded of an old story about a cabin boy on a clipper ship. It seems he was always losing things. One day, the captain asked him to clean his favorite clock. But when he asked to have it back, the boy couldn't produce it. The captain flew into a rage. "I suppose it's lost," he said. "Oh, no, sir," replied the cabin boy. "I know exactly where it is. It fell out of my hands as I was cleaning it, and it's at the bottom of the ocean." The characters in our story know where something is, too. And like the captain's clock, the only problem is how to get to it. We shall dig deeper into all of this when I return with Act 2. There are many things which distinguish man from the so-called lower orders of the animal kingdom. And geologist John Perk is giving us a good demonstration of one of them right now. For man is the only animal who will deliberately set off to confront the unknown. John Perk has bought a few precious hours from a grudging Milo Hawkins, and with Sharky as his assistant, is descending into the mountain.
Sharky, careful, the ledge isn't too wide.
Is there room for both of us?
Just barely. What time is it, Sharky?
Almost midnight.
Sharky.
Huh?
There it is. The end of the tunnel. Hand me the bag with the drill and the explosives.
Here we go.
While I'm drilling a hole for the dynamite, you get out the oxygen packs. Then inflate one of those balloons to seal off the tunnel behind us. We don't want any fresh air getting into whatever's behind that rock.
The tunnel's all sealed off, Mr. Perk.
Good. Charge is ready. Now let's just back up around this corner here.
Yeah.
Okay. It'll just take a second to hook up the wires.
Mr. Perk.
Yeah?
Are we sure we want to do this? I mean, are we sure we want to know what's back there?
I'm a scientist, Sharky.
Yes, sir.
It's all wide. Push the plunger.
Okay. Can you see anything?
Not with this flashlight. No. Wait. Through the dust, this looks like there's a chamber of some sort. Come on. Let's get back in there and set up the light. Here. Give me the light. You crank up the generator.
Okay. Okay, turn her on. Good Lord. I don't get it, Mr. Perk. We must have taken the wrong turn. This isn't a prehistoric dwelling. It's somebody's house.
We didn't take any wrong turns, Sharky. Well, look. See in the ceiling there? The nose of our rock bit from the drilling rig.
Yeah, but look at this. A stove, a sink, even a dishwasher.
And look at here. A dining room, rugs, a table, chairs. They look like they came right out of a department store.
I don't like this. I wish we'd brought guns or something. What if this is some kind of criminal hideout?
4 miles underground?
Well, we don't know. Maybe it's a secret government project, a bomb shelter or something.
But how was it built?
I don't know. But there's got to be a reason why it's here.
Let's have a look around. Maybe there's another way in which the survey charts don't show.
Did you find anything, Mr. Perk?
Nothing. How about you?
Well, nothing.
Fantastic. This entire house is encased in solid bedrock.
But I saw bedrooms, a bathroom, even a TV set. Everything just like people lived here.
Except that there are no signs of life anywhere.
Hey, look at this. Glass in the windows, not even cracked. And curtains.
I wonder if the plumbing works.
Well, it's one way to find out, isn't it? Hey, the stuff that came out of the tap. It's black.
Black?
What is it?
Let me taste that.
No, Mr. Perk, don't.
What I thought. There's nothing wrong with this, Sharky. It is perfectly good crude oil.
Oil?
Yep.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. A ranch house in the middle of the earth with oil coming out of the faucets. It's like magic.
I think there may be a more rational explanation, at least for the oil. Did you see any stairs leading to the basement?
Hey, I saw some stairs down the hallway.
Come on, then. Let's follow these pipes. Pipes should be over on that far wall.
What's that?
No, I stepped in something. The whole basement floor seems to be covered with it. Shine your lights out.
Hey, look. It's oil. The whole floor is 3 inches deep in oil.
You see, I was right all along. There is oil in this mountain. We were right on target.
The only thing that stands between us and a gold mine is this house.
This solves everything. At last, we have proof that the oil exists. The company can go ahead and take a new lease on the land, and we'll have the time to try to find an answer to the mystery of this house. We can leave the generator here. We've got to get back and stop Milo starting the rig up. What time is it?
2:57 a.m.
We should just about make it. We'll inflate another balloon to seal the passage behind us before removing the first one. Are we all set to go?
All set.
Wait a minute. What's this?
What?
This door. I didn't see it before. Did you check it out?
No, I thought you did.
Well, we better have a look.
Mr. Perk, this place gives me the creeps. I got this funny feeling. Why don't we just leave well enough alone?
Help me move the light over.
What kind of thing could survive down here without air? Mr. Perk, I'm frightened. Now, don't open this door.
Get out of the way!
What is it?
A library.
A library?
Only a library. Room filled with books. You're not afraid of them, are you? I'm going to have a look. Maybe they'll provide some kind of clue. father's obviously a man of refinement and culture. Look at this. Complete works of Shakespeare, Milton, Plato's dialogues, Aristotle, Dante, Plutarch. Here are the more recent authors, Faulkner, Fitzgerald, Hemingway. This isn't offering us much in the way of clues.
Huh.
Did you find something?
This reclining chair. My father-in-law's got one just like it in his den.
Oh.
Exactly like it. It's a different color, but it's the same model.
Now, here's something. Whoever owns these books is obviously interested in history. Here's an entire case devoted to it. Herodotus, Tacitus, Livy. They're arranged in chronological order. Holinshed's Chronicles, Gibbon's French Revolution. Who's this?
Who?
Someone named D.V. Davis wrote A History of the World. I never heard of him, Sharkey.
Well, don't look at me. I never heard of half those other guys you mentioned.
Davis. Strange. Every other author on the shelf is familiar but him.
Mr. Perk, you remember that feeling I had before? Well, it's coming back. I think we ought to go.
Now, wait a minute. History of the World by David Vladimir Davis. In 9 volumes. There are only 8 volumes here. Well, there's a space. The 9th volume is missing, and the 8th volume covers... Good Lord. Sharkey, you don't see the 9th volume of this set lying around anywhere, do you?
No, why?
Did you see it anywhere lying around the house?
I don't know. I just...
Try to remember.
Well, there were some books on a table in the living room.
I've got to find it.
Yeah, but the time, it's after 3.
Forget the time. We've got to find the 9th volume to this set.
Why?
Because I am holding the 8th volume in my hand. I can feel its weight. I know it's real. It's not an illusion. The 8th volume of a 9-volume set of books on the history of the world. Our world as we know it and have lived it. And this 8th volume goes from the year 1815, the Battle of Waterloo, to the year 2000.
But this is 1998. What is this guy, fortune teller?
Don't you see? There's still another entire volume to the set. I think I'm beginning to understand.
Hey, wait. What's that noise? Miss Burke, the house is beginning to shake.
It's stopping.
What was it?
I'm not sure. But if we really are sitting on top of an oil field, it's a highly unstable situation. The vibrations from the dynamite must have disturbed things.
We got to get out of here.
First, we have got to find that book.
Why? What's so important about some old fortune teller's book?
That's not it, Sharkey. That's not it at all. Don't you realize what we've discovered? This is...
What's that smell?
What?
That smell. Hey, it's gas. There's gas escaping from somewhere. That explosion must have opened a leak in a gas pocket. Quick.
Put this book in our bag. We'll have to come back later with masks to search for the 9th volume.
Hi, Mr. Burke. There's daylight.
At last.
There's someone there at the mine entrance.
What? Oh, God, it looks like Professor Anderson.
John, is that you?
Yeah. We're coming, Professor. What are you doing here?
I must know what you found down there. I've been up the entire night running dating tests on that tile sample. At first, I couldn't believe it. But now I know there can be no doubt. That powder you brought me is over 12 billion years old.
But we know the world's only 4.5 billion years old. Well, I mean, that's what I heard Mr. Hawkins say once.
Yes, that's what we've always thought, Mr. Sharkey, but evidently we've been wrong. Now tell me what you found.
At the bottom of our well hole is a house. Even more perfectly preserved than the ruins of Pompeii. It has every modern appliance we're familiar with, from electric can openers to reclining chairs.
It's just like the houses in the suburb where I live.
The only difference is it is from a civilization so far in the past that until now not even a trace of it's been known.
But what about all those books, Mr. Perk? The Shakespeare and all. How'd they get there?
Shakespeare?
That's the most incredible thing of all, Professor. That 12-billion-year-old civilization was ours. Same names, same events, same people fighting the same wars, making the same inventions, creating the same masterpieces.
Probably making the same mistakes.
Oh, so that's why you wanted the 9th volume of that history.
That's right, Sharky, because whatever fatal mistake they made, whatever happened to cause their extinction, is going to happen to us, unless we can discover what it was and avoid it.
The 9th volume?
There isn't time to explain now, Professor. We've got to get back to camp and stop Milo before he turns on that rig.
In our beginning is our end, said T.S. Eliot. All living things duplicate themselves in reproduction with a phenomenal precision. So is it not at least possible, then, that nature repeats itself on a larger scale, too? In fact, on the largest scale of all. I shall return shortly with our final act. We catch but glimpses of our past. The legend of Atlantis lives on. The mysteries of Stonehenge and the giant statues of Easter Island continue to baffle us. The most advanced and sophisticated civilizations are represented by mere shards of pottery stumbled on by accident. For all our research, there is still behind us a vast unknown. But now, a discovery, fantastic, terrifying evidence of a former civilization identical to our own. A civilization whose end was so cataclysmic, no trace had ever been discovered until now.
Milo, thank goodness we got here before you started that rig.
John, I've got a bone to pick with
There's
you.
no time for that.
Sharky?
Yes, sir?
Get out there and get the rig started.
No, wait, you've got to listen to us.
I've got a better idea, John. Why don't you listen to me for a change?
Oh.
I got a little phone call last night from headquarters. You remember them, don't you? They wanted to know how things were going. Understandably, they're getting a little anxious, considering the fact that we've got only 4 days before our lease here is up. And you can imagine my chagrin when I had to tell them the rig wasn't even running. That my geologist, who's supposed to be telling me where to drill, had told me to stop so he could go down and nose around some prehistoric Indian hut.
That's not what's down there.
I don't care what's down there. My job is to drill for oil. You know who's arriving today? Sid Dobbs.
Sid Dobbs?
That's right. The company executive vice president. He wants to know what the heck is going on here. He's flying up personally to take over the operation.
Well, if you would let me get a word in edgewise, I can tell you what's going on.
All I want to know is why we haven't struck oil.
Well, that's one thing you don't have to worry about. There is oil down there. We saw it.
You saw it?
I stuck my finger in it. I tasted it. It's there, right where I said it would be. The drill is no more than 20 feet above the strike at this very moment.
Well, then let's get it going and have that oil coming up for Mr. Dobbs, so he won't have our heads in a sling. Sharky?
Yes, sir?
No, wait a minute. You can't start the rig, not until we've had a chance to go back down there.
Go back down? What for?
Milo, what we've discovered, it wasn't what we expected. There's a house down there, all right, but it's modern. I mean, well, not modern exactly. It's 12 billion years old, but...
Sharky, what's he talking about?
I know, it sounds incredible, but Professor Anderson ran dating tests on that powder we took him, and it is 12 billion years old.
Ah. So you found a modern 12-billion-year-old house.
But the important thing is the book. That's why we've got to go back down.
Oh, I see. What
The 9th volume. It's a history of the world from the year 2000 on.
John, I'm doing my best to stay with you, but you aren't making it easy for me.
Milo, now listen. There is a house down there from a civilization that existed 12 billion years ago that was ours. It was us. Don't you see what that means? We're being given the chance to look into the future.
I see. Sharky?
Yes, sir?
You've been awful quiet.
Yeah, I guess so.
You were down there with Mr. Perk, weren't you?
Yes.
You went all the way with him? You saw everything he saw?
Yes.
And you saw this house he's talking about?
No. No, I didn't.
What? Sharky, you didn't see a 12 billion year old house that looks just like ours, that has a set of books? It's going to tell us what's going to happen?
No, sir, I didn't. I didn't see any of that.
That's what I thought.
No! Sharky, what are you saying? Milo, look in this bag. We brought up the 8th volume of that set. See, look, it goes from 1815 to the year 2000. Now, will you believe me?
There's nothing in here but a pile of dust.
What? Oh. Good grief, we're in such a hurry I must not have sealed the container properly. Look, Milo, you've got to believe me. 12 more hours is all I need. But we've got to go back down there.
Yeah. Hello, Hawkins here. Yes? Okay, I'll be right over. The company plane has just landed with Mr. Dobbs. I'm going to meet him, and I want that rig in full operation by the time we return.
Milo, listen to me. Remember when we were at Anderson's lab? He said his analysis of the powder showed traces of a substance that primitive man couldn't have known about.
Oh, yes. Yes, I meant to tell you. Professor Anderson called yesterday, right after you and Sharky had gone down into the mine. He'd run another test and discovered what it was.
But doesn't that convince you I'm telling the truth?
It was mayonnaise, John.
Mayonnaise?
That's right. Remember? We used a sandwich bag from Sharky's lunch pail. Mayonnaise.
Sharky.
Mr. Perk, please, let me get by.
Why did you lie?
I got to get the rig started.
Are you crazy? Do you realize what we'll be destroying?
Mr. Perk, I don't want to talk about it.
What are you afraid of? Going back down there, we'll run hoses down to pump out the gas. Anyway, you don't have to go if you don't want to. I can find somebody else. I know it's risky, but it's too important not to take the chance.
Mr. Perk, please let me go.
Not until you tell me why you lied to Milo. Don't you see what this discovery could mean? The chance to look into the future, the chance to avoid making the same mistake twice.
How?
What?
How are we going to avoid it?
Don't you want to know your own fate?
No. I don't want to know.
An entire civilization may perish because of your cowardice. Why won't you support me?
Didn't you see that house?
Of course I saw it.
Did you take a good look at it?
What are you getting at, Sharky? What's the matter?
It's a modern house.
So?
It's not ultra-modern. It's not some weird, futuristic contraption filled with gadgets we've never seen. It's modern. It's contemporary. Don't you see what that means? This is as far as we're coming. This is the end of the line. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen soon. And it's probably too late to stop it.
But we can try if we know what it is.
I don't want to know what it is. I don't want to know.
So you won't support me. When Sid Dobbs arrives, you won't back me up.
Sorry, Mr. Burke.
You'll think I'm a raving lunatic.
Sharky, why isn't that rig going yet?
Oh, man. Hello, John.
Hello, Sid.
Mr. Dobbs, I'm sorry. I gave orders for the rig to be running.
That's all right, Milo. Forget it. The rig isn't going on.
It isn't?
No. We've decided to suspend operations altogether.
Suspend operations?
Our lease is up in 4 days. It'll take us that long to pack up and be out of here. And as far as I'm concerned, the sooner we never see this place again, the better.
Sid, when you say suspend operations, you mean you intend to pull a pipe?
We sure can't afford to leave it behind.
You can't do that.
What? Why not?
Removing the pipe would expose the hole to the fresh air, and Well, there's something down there that would be destroyed.
By fresh air? Sid, we struck some old clay rock yesterday. That's why the rig isn't going. John insisted on exploring in a nearby cave.
Sid, you have to listen to me. Sharky's right. There is oil down there. We're within 20 feet of it.
Are you asking me to start the rig going again?
No. I'm asking you to take a new lease on the land and hold off making the strike until I've completed my explorations.
John, I remind you that we've been listening to you for 2 years. There's no more time. It's all run out.
You are also sitting on top of something infinitely more important than oil. And it's going to be destroyed.
John, I think you need some sleep. That's your problem.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Marlowe. I'm curious about these continued illusions, John. I might give you one more chance. I will accept your considered judgment as a rational scientist that the oil is there and hold off drilling. If you'll tell me what's down there that's so important.
My judgment as a rational scientist. Oh, never mind, Sid, never mind. Go ahead and pull the pipe.
Okay. Marlowe, have the men pack up. We'll pull the pipe and dismantle the rig in the morning.
John, why didn't you just tell Mr. Dobbs what it was you'd seen?
He wouldn't have believed me, Professor Anderson, not without Sharky's corroboration.
So? You're going to start pulling the pipe in the morning in a golden opportunity and we'll be lost forever.
No, not exactly.
Oh? What chance remains? Surely you don't intend to stop them at gunpoint?
No. I'm going to try going down again.
You said there was gas leaking, that the ground was beginning to shift.
We can wear masks against the gas, and as for the shifting, well, we'll just have to take that risk.
You said we.
That's why I came to you, Professor. I need someone to go with me. It's a two-man job. I don't know who else to turn to. I know you're... I mean...
Oh, I know what you're trying to say. But on a mission of such importance, I wouldn't hesitate. Not for 1 minute.
Then you'll come with me.
Yes, of course I will.
Good. We've got to start at once. There's barely enough time as it is.
Sharky, I can't say I'll be sorry to see the last of this place. Something about it always did give me the willies. That you better lock the gate for the last time.
Oh, okay, Mr. Hawkins.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
What?
The stuff on your boots. The black stuff.
Why, that's the oil.
Oil? Where'd it come from?
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you all along. The oil that's down there. Mr. Perk and I saw it, and we waded through it.
Sharky, get Mr. Dobbs from the office.
Why?
You've got to start up that rig. There is oil, Sharky. Oil. Do you know what that means? Ha! Our future's golden.
Here it is, Professor.
This is amazing. A house in every detail, exactly like our own. From a duplicate civilization that inhabited the earth 12 billion years ago. Oh, how much it could teach us.
Wait a minute. Sharky said he thought he'd seen some books in the living room. This way.
Look, over there on that table.
Yeah, this is it. The History of the World by D.V. Davis.
Volume 9.
Do you realize what this will mean, Professor, when we open this book?
Yes. I wonder what it is, John, that we're to learn about ourselves from ourselves.
What's that? Professor, they started the drill. The whole house! It's collapsing into dust!
a legend in classical mythology about the Sibyl, a prophetess who lived, appropriately enough to our story, in a cave. She offered to sell 9 prophetic books to Tarquin the Proud, the last of Rome's legendary kings. He refused, for he felt her price was too high. So she burned 3 of the books and offered him the remaining 6 for the same price. Again Tarquin refused, and again Sibyl burned 3 of the precious volumes. Finally he bought the last 3 for the price of the original 9. But because of his stingy short-sightedness, mankind lost forever his chance to know what the future holds. I shall return shortly. Do we really want to know what fate has in store for us? That would probably depend on whether or not we had the ability to act on that knowledge and to alter the impending course of events. But would it be a simple matter of avoiding a single fatal mistake? Or would we discover a future as complex as human nature itself and as unchangeable? Our cast included Michael Wager, Court Benson, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your imagination. I have an unusual story for you about a crack in a cellar wall that resists all efforts to repair it. Despite all the learning through the ages, despite the world's great progress in physics, chemistry, biology, there are certain matters which cannot be explained by our computers or our wise men. Matters which may never have a logical explanation. Mr. Carroll, the contractor, was the first to admit that the crack in the wall was beyond him.
I'm not a superstitious man, Mrs. Sanford, but something is happening here I can't explain.
Our mystery drama, The Crack in the Wall, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Celeste Holm. It was a cold, rainy, windy day when Paul and Nora Santfort laid their child to rest in Green Tree Cemetery. Despite all the soothing words of friends and relatives, Nora's despair was inconsolable. She felt that nothing could ease the pain in her heart caused by the loss of her only child.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
My
baby. Why did she have to die?
Laura, darling, please. Our religion teaches us that God, in His infinite wisdom,
Don't
decides.
speak these empty words to me. I accepted that because it never touched me before. I never thought of it. But our daughter, our beautiful, innocent child, just 16. Why?
One does not question these matters, Nora.
I do question. For the first time in my life, I question. I would do anything to bring my Ruth back to this world.
Nora, please. Now, you know that's impossible.
Why?
Why? Because our little girl Ruth is dead, burnt to death. Nothing you can do or say or hope can change that. Yes, Nora?
Are you busy with something?
No. I'm just reading the newspaper. First chance I've had to take a look at it today.
The minister was here today, Dr. Fowler.
Oh?
Said he wanted to see our new house.
New? This house is over 100 years old.
Well, new for us, he meant. It's just an excuse to come here, actually. He wanted to know why I hadn't been to church the last several months.
What did you tell him?
Oh, I don't know. It was awkward. I said I'd be back next Sunday. Made some excuse about not having felt well lately.
Well, I'm glad.
About my going back to church?
Yes. But more important than that, it means that you're getting over this depression, getting out into the world again, beginning to forget.
No, you're wrong, Paul. I'll never get over wanting my little girl back with me. I'll never forget.
Please believe me, Nora. I loved Ruth, too. But I accept the fact that she's gone from us forever.
I'll never accept that. Oh, by the way, now I remember what I wanted to remind you about.
What?
It's about that crack in the cellar wall, right in front of the washer and dryer. There's a terrible draft that comes from it.
Well, there's no crack there, Nora.
No crack? I thought I'd get rheumatism from the cold draft when I did the washing today. It hit you right in the back.
I had that repaired. I paid for it. It's on the general bill for the repairs we had to make on the old house before we could move in.
Well, then they cheated you. Charged you and never did the job.
You sure? Seems to me that I remember.
It's never been done. Those contractors will try. You know, it's Mr. Caro, isn't it? His number's on the telephone stand. Why don't you call him?
Oh, it's 7:30, Nora. Well, come to think of it, the only time I could possibly reach him would be at night. He'd be busy all day out on the job. Hello, Miss Caro? Paul Sanford. I'm sorry to bother you, but one of the items on your bill to me for repairs on my house, item 28, repair crack in cellar wall, north side interior, $45.60. You never closed up that crack. You what? Hold on a minute. Nora, he says he supervised that item himself, mixed the cement for it.
Well, just tell him that he's got it wrong.
Mr. Caro, my wife says the crack is still there. It hasn't been repaired. Okay, sometime tomorrow morning? Right, thank you. It's kind of funny. He said he's willing to bet $100 that he completed the work.
Mrs. Sanford, I'm finished with the job, and I want your okay.
I'll put on the pot and give you a cup of coffee.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Come right down. I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Won't be a minute. I'm coming, Mr. Carroll.
Mrs. Sanford, the strangest thing.
What did you say, Mr. Carroll?
Look at that wall.
Oh, dear. Another crack?
No, it's not another crack.
What?
It's the same crack. I just filled it with cement.
But you couldn't do it. It looks old and dry.
Look at my hands. They're still covered with cement. Here are my tools, my trowel, my hammer and chisel. I could swear it was closed up not 5 minutes ago.
And that cold draft blowing from it.
Like from A tomb. Like from a tomb.
Oh, Mr. Sanford. Come in.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler.
Well, come into the study. We won't be disturbed there. Now, right this way. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Please forgive me for interrupting you at this hour. I don't quite know how to begin. As you know, we've been through a horrible experience.
Yes. Losing your daughter in that fire.
Is our only child. Just 16.
Mr. Sanford, you must get hold of yourself.
Yes. You see, I've been holding my emotions back for months. I had to be strong for Nora's sake.
She's taken this very hard, yes, I know.
She hasn't gotten over it. It shook her to the very foundation of her belief.
I gathered that it's been only recently that you both came back into the church.
She's definitely twisted mentally. Her preoccupation is with a crack in the cellar wall, which she says cannot be repaired.
What?
Well, there's a long, jagged crack in the cellar wall. It's been there since we bought the house earlier this year, after our other house burned down.
Have you tried to have this crack filled with cement?
Oh, yes, we tried.
The way you say that is very strange.
Well, I paid Caro, the builder, for repairs on the house. He was certain that he'd repaired the wall. However, he came back and patched up the crack again when he asked for my wife's okay on the job after he'd finished. They went down to the cellar and looked. The crack was open again.
I don't understand.
Neither do I. Caro said that he'd not left the cellar, that he'd called my wife to look at it.
What's your explanation?
I have none, Dr. Fowler, none.
Is that you down in the cellar, Paul?
Yes, Nora. I'm filling up the crack in the wall with cement.
Do you think that's wise, Paul?
Wise? Well, I thought you wanted the wall repaired. Caro won't come here anymore, so...
Well, that's what I mean. Paul, there's some very good reason why that wall resists repair.
That's a strange way of putting it. Wall resist repair. So you thought the wall had... I don't quite know how to put this. As though the wall
had a will of its own?
Nora, that's ridiculous.
Is it? Mr. Caro tried twice to fill that crack. He gave up.
Yes, I know. I just received a check from him for $45.60, refunding the money I paid him for the job. Come on, let's go upstairs. This old cellar gives me the creeps.
Paul! Look!
My God. It's disappearing. The cement I just put into the cracks dissolving into thin air. Mr. Edmund, I'm calling about this house you sold us. No, it's a good, solid old house. It's just that my wife isn't happy here. We're all alone, as you know. It just isn't right for us. Yes, I know. I'll have to take a loss if I change now, but I'm prepared for that. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, around 5, okay? Good. Goodbye, Mr. Edmonds.
Paul, who was that on the phone?
Oh, Nora, I called Mr. Edmonds.
The real estate man?
That's right.
You're thinking of selling?
Well, I thought you'd want to get out of here too, Nora.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Now, that's a very strange attitude.
Don't you know what this all means?
No, I don't understand it. Frankly, it scares me.
Ruth is trying to reach us.
What are you talking about?
It was just 2 days ago. I was lying in bed. You were sound asleep. I heard the clock chime 3. I felt something urging me to leave the bedroom and go down into the cellar.
Nora, I've got to take you to a doctor.
Paul, I'm not out of my mind. I tell you, our daughter is calling to me. She's trying to get to me.
Darling, Nora, listen to me. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Our child is dead, Nora. Burnt to death.
I spoke to her. I spoke to her through the crack in the cellar wall.
You what?
I spoke to our Ruth, and she spoke to me. Paul, wake up.
Huh?
Wake up.
No. What time is it?
Shh, quiet. What do you hear?
Hear what?
She's calling to me. Our little girl. She wants us. She needs us.
Nora, listen to me. You don't hear anything. You just think you hear because you want to hear.
Listen.
I don't hear anything.
There it is again. It's very faint, but you can hear it if you try hard enough.
Please, darling, try to rest. I've made an appointment for you with Dr. Cooper.
I don't need a doctor. Now do you hear it? Ruth calling me?
Yes. Sounds like it's coming from...
The cellar. I must go to her.
No, don't. You mustn't.
My little girl is calling. I must go to her.
Was Ruth calling to her mother, or was Paul Santfort falling into the clouded supernatural obsession that controlled Nora's life? He thought he heard the voice of his dead child calling to her mother. He couldn't be sure, but Nora's certainty was so strong that he was almost convinced that he heard it too. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Everything that Paul and Ruth Santfort believed in is being drained away. They are living in a nightmare of twisted emotions, pulled farther and farther from the normal life they had known into a tangled, dreamlike world in which they hear the voice of their dead child calling to them.
You're not going down into that cellar, Nora.
It was Ruth's voice calling. Are you coming with me, Paul, or shall I go down alone?
Nora, please. Now we're dreaming this. It isn't happening.
I heard her voice. You said you heard it. She was calling to me for help. Are you coming with me, or shall I go alone?
I'll come with you, dear. Just to prove to you that there's nothing there. Nothing. How could there be?
I know there is something there. Come.
Now, wait. Don't try to go down those steep cellar stairs in the dark. Turn on the light.
It's out. It's not working.
Here, let me try. Oh, I'm not going down there in the dark.
There's some candles in the cupboard just outside the door. Get them.
Well, candles won't do any good.
Get them.
Oh, I just remembered. I've got a flashlight in the kitchen table drawer.
Hurry!
Here we are. Now stay right behind me. I'll go first.
Flash the light around.
Oh, there's nothing. Nothing but that crack in the wall. Let's go back upstairs, Nora.
Good evening.
Oh, what? Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry if I frightened you.
What? Who are you? What are you doing in our house?
Doing? I am inspecting the wall. The wall that needs repair.
And who are you?
Why, I'm the helper.
What are you talking about, helper? Whom are you helping?
You?
I don't like this, Paul. Please make him go away.
If you want me to, I'll go. But I thought you needed me.
Now, I want you out of here, or...
I see you have a hammer in your hand. You're afraid of me. Believe me, I came to help you.
Who sent you?
My, employer.
Who?
Your friend. Your friend who knows of your sorrows. He sent me to seal up the crack in the wall.
Well, I've tried. Several people have tried to do that. It won't stay closed.
I can close it for you if you want me to. I repeat, if you want me to. You may not want it.
Why?
You will not hear the voice of your daughter ever again.
No. Don't seal it. Please.
Nora. Now, maybe it would be better.
No.
No, this is insanity. Nora, our daughter is dead. Dead and buried.
And you think that is the end?
Of course. It's the end of mortal life.
And do you share your husband's beliefs, Nora?
No. Ruth was calling to me. I want her back. I want to hold her in my arms.
Am I dreaming? This can't be happening. What are we doing, standing here talking to this...
Paul, please, don't. There's no one here.
He was here? Where is he? He couldn't get past us up the stairs. Nora, where did he go?
Oh.
Nora, darling. What's happened to you? Speak to me, dearest, speak.
Oh. What are we doing here in the cellar? How did we get here?
And you say, Mr. Sanford, that you think you saw this creature in the cellar of your house?
No, it wasn't what you say. No, not a creature. It was a man. Small, dwarf-like. He said he'd come to repair the wall.
At 3 o'clock in the morning? You saw this man too, Mrs. Sanford?
No. I don't know what Paul's talking about. I didn't see anything. I was fast asleep. Paul woke me and told the story.
I see. Your daughter's death was a terrible shock to you both. It's preying on your thoughts. Your grief pushed the normal day-to-day living from your minds. You began to
I heard
imagine...
her voice, Doctor. I heard Ruth's voice calling to me.
Of course you did. But try to think rationally, Mrs. Sanford. You know it's impossible for you to have actually heard the voice of your dead daughter. Seriously, you can't believe you did, can you? Seriously, can you believe that?
I don't know.
It's all so simple if you will recognize the true authority.
Who are you?
I am merely a conveyor of ideas, a messenger.
And you are sent by the devil?
Perhaps. Perhaps I'm your friend. Call me the helper.
Can you help me? Can you bring my daughter back to me?
Under certain conditions. But you might find the cost too high.
What? Tell me. Nothing is too costly, too terrible. I'll agree to anything.
Even if it meant that you would lose everything? Everything you've been taught about life and death since you were a child?
Oh, yes, I agree to anything just to help me save my child. Help me.
Nora, wake up, Nora. You're having a bad dream, darling.
Anything. I'll agree to anything.
Darling, Nora.
Oh.
You were crying out in your sleep. I woke you.
Oh, he came to see me and told me that
Who, darling?
That ugly little creature. I'd seen him before, but I can't remember where.
The helper. That's what he calls himself.
I heard Ruth calling to me. Then he appeared.
I don't know what it is. I don't want to know. We're getting out of this house and we're not coming back.
Oh, you go, Paul, but I can't.
But don't you see what's happening to us here? Something evil is pursuing us, either to destroy us or drive us insane.
No, I can have my daughter back. He'll help me.
You can't believe that.
I believe it.
What does he expect in exchange?
I can't tell you, Paul. I just can't tell you.
Oh, Dr. Dr. Fowler, right on time.
Is Mrs. Sanford home?
No. No, I called her sister and got her to make a date with Nora so she wouldn't be here. My work is suffering. We're not sleeping well. Nora's had terrible dreams, nightmares.
You've told your physician, Dr. Coombs?
If anyone can help us, it's God. Dr. Fowler, we have seen the evil one.
What?
We have seen him. We have spoken with him. It's either the devil or one of his emissaries. He calls himself the Helper.
My good man, in this enlightened age, when we speak of Satan, it is usually, what I mean to say is we think of the devil as the embodiment of all evil, but not as an actual being.
I see. Well, Dr. Fowler, if you can't help us, we may have to go to someone who can. There are groups where they believe in the devil.
Mr. Sanford, Paul, please understand. I cannot believe in the devil as being other than an abstract name for evil.
If I can show him to you, will you believe me then? I saw him. I have seen the devil and the devil's work, and I'm frightened to death.
Sorry to bother you, Dr. Coombs, but something very disturbing has happened.
Yes?
You know the two people I referred to you, the Sanfords?
Yes?
In your opinion, Dr. Coombs, would you say that they were insane?
Well, I don't know, Dr. Fowler. The word insane is a legal one, not a medical one.
Well, deranged and mentally ill.
Well, I would say from a very cursory examination that they were both suffering from severe emotional stresses brought on by the untimely death of their only child.
Well, would that explain their hallucinations?
Hallucination?
To put it bluntly, Doctor, they think they have been speaking with the devil. Have seen him, in fact.
Not exactly a common delusion in this day and age. If they need medical help, they must come to me. I can't solicit...
Yes, I realize that, Dr. Coombs. Perhaps the sanitarium would be the best place for them. They could be taken care of and have a change of scene to get over the grief that they feel.
An excellent idea, Fowler, but who's going to commit them? Can you get them to commit themselves voluntarily?
I don't know. I'll try.
Have you come to any decision?
I've been thinking about it.
I've heard you say you would do anything to have your daughter back. You had made up your mind.
Yes. Oh, yes, but
still, you hesitate.
What you've asked of me is almost... Well, I'm almost afraid to think of it. It's been in my mind, awake and asleep. I can't tell the difference anymore.
You hesitate, thinking of yourself while your daughter suffers.
Oh, no.
I will leave you now, perhaps never to return. This is your last chance.
Nora?
Oh, no,
Nora, darling, listen to me. You're having bad dreams.
I'll do anything.
Wake up, please. Nora, it's me, Paul.
What?
Open your eyes.
No,
You're all right.
No.
You're safe with me. Darling, it's me, Paul.
Yes. It's all right now. Paul, I've made my decision.
What decision?
About Ruth. I am going to bring her back.
Bring her back? What are you saying?
I'm going to bring her back no matter what the cost, no matter what the consequences are.
Nora and Paul have come far along a tortuous, a frightening path. Now Nora is determined to see the matter to the end, despite the consequences. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. fires are tearing at the sanity of Paul and Nora Sandford. Nora's sleeping and waking worlds are so much the same that she can no longer differentiate between them. In her thoughts, in her ears, are the words of her dead daughter calling to her for help. Paul thinks he has heard the child, too, but is uncertain. He is not sure whether or not it is the driving influence of his wife's obsession or what he has actually heard and seen himself.
I don't know, Doctor. I don't know anymore. Everything is so confused.
I want you to sign commitment papers for your wife.
You mean put her in?
In a good sanitarium, in a place where she'll be safe and receive the proper treatment for her problems.
I don't know. I don't think she's crazy.
You're not in any condition to judge her mental health, Mr. Sanford.
What do you mean?
Oh, well, I'm asking you to make a difficult decision. I'm also asking you to commit yourself.
No! I won't think of it. Send him away. Send the doctor away. Paul, how can you do this to me? You know I'm not insane. You heard her. That night, we both went down into the cellar, and that little man, you remember? The helper? You saw him, too. You know I'm not crazy. I won't go. I won't. You can't make me.
She's gone into the bedroom, Dr. Coombs.
Is there a lock on the door?
No.
Well, suppose I go in. Perhaps a sedative to quiet her.
No, please, Doctor. Let me speak to her first. She'll listen to me.
Very well. I'll wait out in the car if you want me.
Yes, please go. I think she'll listen to me if you're not here. Nora? Nora? May I come in?
Is that doctor still here?
No, he's outside in his car.
Paul, how could you do this to me? Deceive me, try to put me away.
But I explained everything to you.
I will never consent.
I'm going with you, dear. I'm going in, too.
What? Why? Paul, why do you want to do such a thing?
Because I'm frightened. I've never been afraid in my life before, but this is all beyond me, beyond any rational explanation.
And you think you'll be away from your fear in that place? Oh, Paul, I'm not out of my mind, and neither are you.
How much longer can we stand this?
Listen to me.
What?
I can tell you. Only you.
What?
I've made a pact with the helper.
Oh, Nora.
He has given me the power to bring Ruth back.
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do.
That's impossible. Now, don't be foolish. Don't tell anyone else what you've told me.
Now, you think I'm insane, too, don't you?
Well, I don't know what to think.
He has given me 2 wishes.
2 wishes?
Yes. He said that I would need 2. Actually, all I need is 1. To bring my dear child back.
Yes, Nora, of course. Now, I want you to do something for me.
What?
Don't fight me now. Go along with me for a little while. Perhaps this nightmare will stop. We'll be able to get out when we want to. I have the doctor's promise.
Can you trust him?
Yes, darling. Since we're committing ourselves, we can get ourselves released merely by asking to be released.
And our poor tortured child? Who will be here to hear her call? Who will be here to comfort her, Paul? We're running away. Deserting.
Darling Nora, our Ruth will be with us always, no matter where we are. The phone. Oh. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Sanford?
Yes. Dr. Coombe?
I'm calling from the sanitarium.
Is there anything wrong?
Yes, your wife has disappeared.
You mean walked out?
Nobody saw her leave. As a matter of fact, it's a bit of a mystery. Her room was locked.
Perhaps one of the attendants or nurses unlocked the door for her.
No, we've questioned the entire staff. At 1 o'clock, the nurse assigned to that section entered her room to administer a mild sedative. Your wife had complained she was worried because you weren't there.
Well, I was just cleaning up a few urgent matters here. I was coming to commit myself tomorrow morning.
I told her that, but it didn't seem to have any effect.
When was Nora last seen?
Not more than 10 minutes before 1 a.m. Another nurse on the floor answered her ring. She told the nurse about her anxiety and her inability to sleep. She hasn't returned home, has she?
No. What do you want me to do, Doctor?
Stay where you are. She may come home. It's very likely that she will come there.
Emily, I'm sorry to be calling you at this hour, but Nora has disappeared. She walked out of the hospital. The fire, Ruth's death, it's been preying on our minds, and I thought that... Wait, Emily, that's my doorbell. I'll call you back. I just wanted to know if Nora was with you. I'll call you back. Let me know if Nora shows up. Bye. Oh, Dr. Fowler. Come in.
Oh, thank you. I got a call from Dr. Coombs about 20 minutes ago.
Yes?
He asked me to see you. He said you might need me. I came right over. Anything I can do to help?
Nothing. Unless you can find Nora. She's been missing since about 1:30 a.m. About 3 hours.
Where would she go? Where could she go?
I don't know.
What? What was that?
I heard it too.
Do you have a cat, Paul?
No.
Sounded like a cat.
It was Ruth. She's calling Nora.
Ruth?
My daughter.
Oh, yes, your daughter. But she's
dead.
You hear your dead child's voice calling?
You heard it too.
No, it can't be. That's superstitious nonsense.
That's what I thought. But I don't anymore. Ruth is calling to us from the grave.
I hear it. Paul, pray with me. Pray to God to make her go back.
No. Nora will be here. She will come here and answer to her child's cries. Her mother's love is so strong that Ruth's outstretched hand will reach across the void of death and touch the hand of her mother.
Yes?
Fowler?
Yes?
I thought you were going to report back to me.
I've just been through the most shattering experience of my life.
You saw Mrs. Sanford?
No. I'm not a superstitious man, Dr. Coombs, but I heard the voice of Ruth Sanford calling to her mother from the grave.
Oh, Dr. Coombs, I thought it was Nora.
She hasn't returned yet, huh? I was talking with your minister, Dr. Fowler. He seemed quite upset.
Any word from the police?
Nothing. They've gotten several false telephone tips from cranks. Only one man identified himself by name, a Mr. Helper.
Helper?
You know him?
Yes, I know him.
The police asked him for his address. He gave them one, but it proved to be a phony. Do you know where to find him?
You won't believe this, Doctor. But the last place I saw him was in my cellar.
What?
I don't know how he got there. I didn't see him leave. Although I was standing, talking to him at the moment, he vanished.
Vanished?
Disappeared.
I see. Disappeared right before your eyes. Oh, yes, I remember you telling me about that incident when you both came to my office.
Hello, who's there?
Paul? I've come home. What is he doing here? I won't go back to that place. He can't make me go back.
Nora, dear.
Send him away, Paul. Paul, make him leave. We don't need him.
Mrs. Sanford, as your doctor,
You're not my doctor anymore. Please go. Leave us alone.
Please, Dr. Coombs, your being here will just make her worse.
Very well, if you think you can manage.
Yes, I can manage.
I'm sorry you feel this way about me. Good morning.
He was trying to do what he thought best for you, for us.
He has no way of knowing what is best for us. He was just interfering, keeping us from Ruth.
Nora, please give up that mad notion.
Give it up? Oh, no. Paul, I will not give it up. Tonight, this morning, before dawn, we will bring our child back to us.
Nora, think what you're saying.
I've thought, and I've made up my mind. Before daylight, he said. What time is it now?
It's 20 after 4.
It won't be light before 6. We must do it now. Come. We'll go together.
Go where?
To the place I first heard her voice, calling to me, the cellar, the crack in the wall.
Are you sure you want to go through with this? Think, Nora.
I've come too far to turn back now. I don't care what happens to me. It's Ruth we must think of.
All right, Nora, I'll go along. I'd better get my flashlight. The light's still out in the cellar.
No, Paul. What I must do must be done in darkness. No lights. Now, let's go down the stairs. Now, Paul, don't say anything. I must ask for her life from the Master. Oh, Master, listen to my plea. I have paid dearly for this boon. Heed my request and grant it to me in payment. I fear your presence, Master, but I implore you, grant my wish. I wish my daughter were alive and with me now. My daughter, please give me back my daughter. Ruth, where are you? Come to me.
That's Ruth's voice.
Quiet, quiet.
I'm coming back to your arms.
The wall is crumbling. I see her. Nora, I see. Oh, my God. Oh, no. No, Nora, stop this. Make her go back. Oh, Nora, she's burned. Her face is... Nora, please, can't you stop? Nora, send her back. Send her back.
Oh, what do you want?
She's mutilated. She's mutilated. Disfigured. Nora, you can't bring her back into the world. You must send her back to her grave.
Be too cruel to bring her back, too terrible. But how can I do it?
He gave you 2 wishes. He said that you'd need the second. Now I know what he meant. Send her back, Nora.
Yes. I wish my dear daughter were dead and back in her grave.
Nora. It's over. It's all over. Our child is gone. Forever.
Oh, Paul.
May our dear child rest in eternal peace.
And so Paul and Nora were left to pick up the fragments of their lives and go on. Strangely enough, the crack in the cellar wall was finally closed, and no human hand had a part in its repair. The power of a mother's love cannot be measured by any instrument known to man. The supernatural strength to reach out into the void of darkness and bring back to life the child of her heart defies all the natural laws of nature. The answer can only be found in the terrifying world of the imagination, a world where anything the mind can conceive can happen. Our cast included Celeste Holm, Wes Addy, Robert Maxwell, Robert Dryden, and Ann Costello. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall with the greetings of the season. I hope you like the tree. I put up a bit of holly, too. And mistletoe, of course, right there over the door. There are so many things to enjoy at this time of year. The warm, friendly spirit, that's most important. The time to be with family and friends. There'll be a lot of holiday traffic, too, as people make the rounds of visits or travelers are making their way back home. On a lonely road in Ohio, two such travelers are about to have the most harrowing experience of their lives.
Snow's getting heavier, Skip. I wish you'd slow down.
Our mystery drama, A Holiday Visit, was written especially for Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Lloyd Battista and Diana Crookwood. What are your plans for the Christmas holidays? Entertain friends or relatives? Going home to visit parents, perhaps? This is always get-together time, a time when people go home to the families they've left behind as they've made their own way in the world. Joan Bartram made her way from a small town in Ohio to New York, where she worked for a while as a secretary, and then married Skip Bartram, an oil company executive. She hadn't been back to her home in Ohio in 12 years, so it was a particular thrill for Joan when Skip came home one night and said,
"How'd you like to go home for the holidays? See your folks."
Oh, Skip, I'd love it. But can we afford it?
Well, the company's sending me to Toledo for a new training program right after the holidays, so the trip is on them.
Oh.
We'll just leave a little early and be with your folks for Christmas.
Oh, what a surprise. Oh, I'm going to call Mother this minute.
You don't want to just drop in on them and make it a surprise?
And have them fade away? No. I want to give them something to look forward to.
Well, maybe you're right.
Oh, it's been 12 years since I've been home, and you've never...
Hello?
Hello, Mother?
Oh, Joan!
How are you?
Just fine, dear.
Mother, are you sitting down?
No? Why?
Listen, Mother, get Dad over to the phone. I want him to hear my news.
Henry, come here. Joan, are you pregnant?
Oh, no, Mother.
All right, dear. Your father's listening.
I'm coming home for Christmas.
Coming home?
Yes. Skip has to be in Toledo after the holidays, so we're leaving early. in time to be with you for Christmas.
That's the best news I've had all day.
Joan,
Your mother's doing her thing. She's starting to cry.
Yes, so am I. I have to hang up now. I'll let you know when we'll arrive.
Okay, darling. We'll be waiting.
When can we leave?
Well, I'd like to get away by Saturday. We'll have to drive. I'll need the car in Toledo. Let's see, we ought to get to Runyonville by, the 23rd. The map shows the end of the interstate. What do we do when we turn off?
Let's see. We go north on 84, it looks like. Yes, north on 84 to Hamilton, then 42A to Blue Mountain, and we keep on that to Runyonville.
Oh, I don't know. It looks as though the interstate keeps on going. Well, look there.
Yeah. According to the map, though, there's a proposed extension.
Well, it's been finished since the map came out, I guess. What if we stayed on this?
Oh, we'd go straight to Runyonville. It looks as though we'd save about 20 miles, too.
So we're in luck. We'll stay on it. It looks as though, well, we may be at your folks a lot sooner than we thought.
Oh, it's starting to snow. Oh, we're going to have a white Christmas.
Well, I hope it doesn't get too thick before we hit your folks' place.
Skip, how far have we come on this highway?
Oh, about 40 miles.
Have you noticed anything strange?
You're thinking the same thing I am.
There hasn't been a sign or a turnoff since we got on this road.
Yeah, I noticed that. And come to think of it, I don't remember seeing any cars passing us in either direction.
Doesn't seem natural.
Well, if this road's going anywhere, they're keeping it a secret.
I'm getting a little uneasy. Maybe we ought to turn back and take Route 84 like we planned.
Oh, I hate to do that after we've come this far. Now, this road's got to come out someplace. Let's see, we got about an hour before dark.
And the snow's getting heavier. I wish you'd slow down.
I hope we make it before dark. I don't want to get stranded in this. Oh,
Skip, what's the matter?
We're skidding. I can't control it.
Oh, yeah, Skip, do something. We're sliding.
I'm doing all I can.
You put any more tinsel on the tree, Harriet, and it's going to topple over.
I don't see how you can sit there so relaxed.
Why are you so nervous? The children said they'd be here sometime today or tomorrow.
They should have been here by now.
Only because you think they should be. If anything was wrong, they'd call. You know that.
Oh, you're right. I'm just so excited about having our Joan home for Christmas. I can't relax.
Well, I think I'll take a stroll in the snow. Need anything from downtown?
No, dear. I've had everything in for days. I just wish they'd get here.
They will, Harriet. They will. Now, you stop worrying. Worrying isn't going to get them here any sooner.
Oh, my head. Joan, are you all right?
Well, what happened?
Oh, can you straighten up?
Oh, my leg's caught.
Oh, here, let me see. Try twisting it a little bit this way. Oh, there. There, it's free. How do you feel, hon?
Dizzy.
Oh, we crashed into the boulders.
Can we... will the car move?
Oh, pray.
Thank heaven.
Oh, if I can back her off. Yep, I better get out and take a look. That does it.
What's the matter?
2 flat tires.
Oh, no.
And only one spare, naturally.
Oh, dear Lord, what are we going to do? We're miles from anywhere.
At least the snow's letting up a bit.
Oh, we can't just sit here on this ghost road.
Well, where will we walk?
Hey, Skip, look. A light.
Oh, yeah. Oh, about half a mile away, I'd say.
It must be a town.
Hey, do you think you can make it on that leg?
Oh, yes. I'd hop on one foot to get out of here.
Well, we can phone your folks. Tell them we'll be a little delayed. We can probably get the car towed in. Well, it looks like we'll have to stay till morning.
Or maybe Dad can come pick us up. We can't be far from Runyonville. We can pick up the car tomorrow or the next day.
Oh, that's Christmas Day.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, what are we sitting here chatting for? Come on, let's move.
On the street at all.
Oh, the storm must have sent them all home, I guess.
Well, let's try that grocery store. They're sure to have a phone.
Well, they can tell us where to find a garage, too. At least we can get the car off the road for the night.
It's so still.
Hello? Anybody here?
It's so dim. One bare bulb.
Well, pretty skimpy merchandise, too.
Hello?
Wow. Whew, place seems deserted.
Yeah. I don't see any payphone. Or any phone, for that matter.
Hello? Anybody here? Oh, well, we'll go someplace else. There's got to be a restaurant or a tavern in this town. Hey, come on.
Oh, I know this isn't Runyonville.
Oh, I hope not. Looks like a quaint little place, but awfully deserted. Boy, they must pull the sidewalks in at 5 in the afternoon.
Oh, the sky's clear. Oh, look at those stars.
Wow, I haven't seen them that bright in a long time.
There don't seem to be many stores. Mostly houses.
Well, we're not on the main drag. Maybe we better go ask directions at that house there. No sense wandering around a strange town.
Yeah, I guess we should. I'm sure they'll let us use their phone. I'll call Dad collect.
Hey, listen. Hear that?
Singing. Of course, it's a carol concert. That's where everyone must be.
Well, come on, let's see if we can find them. Well, I give up. I don't know where that music's coming from.
We've covered so many streets and nothing.
Yeah, no one. Oh, hey, honey, you're shivering.
I'm scared.
Well, there's a hotel across the street. Let's go there and use the phone. There's got to be one there.
This is a ghost town. Well, there's no use wandering about anymore. It's a ghost town in the middle of Ohio.
I wonder. You know, you might be right. It could be one of those, restorations. An antique village, and if it is one, then there's got to be somebody around. A caretaker or a watchman or someone.
Let's try the hotel.
Well, I was wrong, I guess. The hotel is just as deserted as everything else.
And still no phone.
Oh, I wish I had that CB radio Paul offered me. I always thought they were a nuisance, but that sure would have gotten us out of this mess. Hey, come on. Let's look around upstairs.
Every room's empty. Not a stick of furniture anywhere.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
What was that?
Well, it sounded like something hitting the roof.
Oh, Skip, let's go back to the car. I'm too frightened to stay here. This place is just too spooky.
Yeah, come on, you don't believe in ghosts.
It's not ghosts I'm afraid of.
There's another one. Well, something sailed past the window and landed on the ground. I'm going down and take a look around.
I'll come with you. I'm not staying in here alone. Can you see anything?
Not yet. There's nothing out here except a couple of green logs. Over there, see them?
Green logs?
Yeah. Moss covered. Looks like they've been laying there for years.
But, Skip, there's no snow on them. If they'd been laying there for years, they'd be covered with snow.
You think that's what hit the hotel? Well, I mean, logs this big don't just fall out of the sky.
Look, just take me back to the car.
Now, honey, there's no sense getting panicky. We're alone in this town or amusement park or whatever it is, and at least there's shelter. We'll stay here for the night, and we'll just try to get to civilization in the morning.
You want to stay here? We might be murdered in our sleep. As if I could sleep.
Well, dear heart, there's nothing else we can do. I mean, sleeping in the car is foolish when we're... Uh-oh.
The lights. Every light went out.
Well, that settles it. We're not going anywhere now.
But the whole town's out. There's not a light anywhere.
Yeah. Seems to be clouded over, too. See, the stars are gone. Come on, let's go back inside. We'll be safe in there. We'll curl up in the lobby furniture and try to sleep.
I won't shut an eye, wondering who or what turned off those lights.
Paraphrase a popular joke. Where were Skip and Joan when the lights went out? Not only in the dark, but in a strange Midwestern village. And just 2 days before Christmas, a time when they should have been enjoying the warmth of a friendly fireside, the pleasure of holiday decorations, the music of a Christmas carol, things that most of us are enjoying these days. But for them, isolation in a cold and darkened hotel. We'll learn what this curious town holds in store for them when I return shortly with Act 2. Joan and Skip Bartram face the prospect of spending the night in a deserted hotel in a strange and darkened town. A town apparently without inhabitants. Could it be a restoration of some kind? A sort of Midwestern Williamsburg? Under normal circumstances, it might be a lovely place to spend the Christmas holiday. But Skip and Joan are anxious to get to her parents' home and friendly family warmth. They spent the night in the sparsely furnished lobby of the hotel. And now it's morning.
Skip. Skip.
Huh?
Wake up, honey. Oh. It's daylight.
Oh, my aching back. Oh, that's the hardest couch in the world.
I didn't sleep all night. Come outside. I want to show you something.
Oh, can't you bring it in here?
Oh, stop being silly. There are footprints in the snow, and they're not ours.
Footprints?
Yeah, look out the side window there.
Yeah, they go around the back of the hotel. Well, that means somebody's around here. Come on. They're small prints. It must be a child or a woman.
Well, they lead toward that barn. It's funny, I didn't hear or see anyone. I was awake all night.
Well, there aren't any prints leading away from the barn. So whoever made them is still in there.
It's so quiet. Not a sign of life anywhere.
Well, let's go in. It's not like a private house. Anybody here?
It's so dark and dingy, Skip. Skip, let's go back out. I don't like this.
Well, somebody's got to be here. I mean, the footsteps stopped at the door.
Then why won't they answer us?
Hey, listen. Well, that was somebody's up in the loft.
They're coming down those stairs.
Who's down there?
Oh, good morning, ma'am. We're looking for someone to help us.
Mercy. Where did you come from?
Well, we had an accident with our car last night. We skidded into an embankment.
Oh, my word.
We found the whole town deserted, so we spent the night in a hotel.
Oh, how curious. There aren't any beds in that hotel, you know.
We slept, or rather stayed, in the lobby.
I'm Skip Bartram, and this is my wife, Joan. We were wondering...
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Mrs. McKinney.
Well, we were wondering if this is some sort of a restoration. I mean, there were lights on last night.
And we heard Christmas carols.
Oh, yes. Isn't the music lovely? What do you mean by a restoration? This is Taylortown.
But there's no one living here. You're the only person we've seen since last night.
Yes, they've all gone. Each season, a few more left. My husband went last year. I'm the last one here.
You live here all alone? All alone in a deserted town?
It's my home.
Could we use your phone, Mrs. McGinnis? Joan wants to call her dad to pick us up, and, well, I've got to get a tow truck for the car.
Oh, mercy me, there's no garage or tow truck. Oh, but there's a payphone at the railroad station. We never had phones in any of the houses. And just wait till I finish upstairs, and I'll show you where it is. I don't know if it works, though. I think it's just there for effect.
I wonder what she meant by that.
Well, who knows? I just feel better now that we've met another human being. She seems friendly enough.
But a little strange, don't you think?
Naturally. Living alone in a dead town.
A ghost town. I wonder how long she'll be. We could find that railroad station ourselves.
Oh, let her be hospitable. A few minutes won't matter. Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis, are you almost finished?
That's strange.
Well, I'll see.
Has something happened to her?
Mrs. McGinnis?
Skip, what's the matter?
Well, she's not here. The loft's absolutely empty. Well, there's no way she could have gotten out of that barn. There are no windows in that loft.
Well, she did. Unless we just imagined we saw and talked with her.
No, she was there all right. She just gave us the slip somehow.
Oh, look, there's the railroad station. Oh, pray that phone works.
Well, I'm not counting on it, but, well, it's worth a try.
It looks like one of Belle's first payphones. Skip, have you got a dime?
Yeah, I think so. Here you are.
Well, here goes.
Well, so far, so good.
Oh, I got a dial tone.
Yeah, at least something works in this town.
Well, it's only 10 after 9. One of them's bound to be home. Ah, it's ringing.
Yeah, they're probably looking out the windows, wondering where we are.
Hello? Is somebody on this line?
Oh, Dad! Oh, Dad, thank heaven I reached you.
Who is this?
It's Joan, Dad.
Joan? I can hardly hear you. Speak up.
Dad, it's Joan. We've had an accident with the car. You'll have to pick us up.
Where are you? You'll have to talk louder.
A place called Taylortown. It's practically a ghost town. Do you know where it is?
Taylortown?
Look, we'll wait for you in front of the hotel. How long will it take you?
Well, it's 10 after 9 now. About 1 hour.
We'll be here. Oh, I can't wait to see you, Dad. Dad? Dad? Oh, the line's dead.
What's the matter? You look concerned.
Dad sounded so funny. I expected more of a reaction. He was so matter-of-fact. He didn't ask for details or anything.
Oh, I'm sure he figured he'd find out the details when he picks us up.
Yes, I suppose. You know, dear, I have this strange feeling I know this village. Well, not the village so much, but the houses. The houses look so familiar.
Well, a lot of small Midwestern towns have that turn-of-the-century look.
I guess so. We used to go shopping in Fairmont, and it was full of the same big houses we had in Runyonville, with porches around the whole front and little filigrees under the eaves.
Like that place on the corner.
Exactly.
And look who's on the porch.
Mrs. McInnes.
Hello there. Well, where did you come from? I don't get many visitors anymore.
We wondered where you went.
Where I went? Why, I've been here all morning. Sweeping the snow, Got to get it off the porch before it freezes. Well, what brings you to Taylortown?
Skip, she doesn't remember us.
Mrs. McGinnis, we met you.
You know my name. Mercy, who are you?
Mrs. McGinnis, we met you at the barn this morning, and you said...
A barn, you say? Oh, there's a nice one behind the hotel. Want to come in for some hot coffee? Takes the chill off.
Yeah, thanks. We'd like that.
Well, come along in, then. I'll heat up the pot.
Skip, I don't know.
Well, what harm can it do? Look, we've got at least an hour to wait for your dad. We might as well spend it in a cozy kitchen.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come out to the kitchen. Hot coffee in a minute with some fresh scones I made myself.
She keeps a neat house. And so, old-fashioned. It's lovely.
Yeah,
Oh.
a pretty start.
Come in and sit down at the kitchen table. I don't have much, as you can see, but there's always something to share. You're planning on moving here, you said.
No, Mrs. McGinnis. We told you. We had an accident with our car.
Oh, that's too bad.
But I just called my father. He's coming to pick us up.
You called your father?
Yes, just now. On the phone at the railroad station.
Oh, mercy, that is a miracle. I didn't know that phone ever worked.
And we're happy to enjoy your hospitality while we're waiting.
We still can't understand why there's no one else in town. You live here all alone?
It's my home. Oh, it's not bad living alone. I get by.
Yeah, we thought it was some sort of restoration.
I don't know what a restoration is.
A restoration is an old town or house that's been restored to look the way it did years ago.
Oh, this town's looked like this from the beginning, ever since it came from Scotland.
The town came over from Scotland?
It's an exact duplicate of Taylortown in Scotland. The streets and the houses and all the furnishings came from Scotland. Oh, mercy, don't ask me how long ago.
Then you were born here.
I guess so.
You guess so?
Well, I've never been anywhere else. Oh, you're not eating the scones.
I guess we'd better get over to the hotel and wait for Dad. Thank you so much for your hospitality, Mrs. McInnes.
Oh, I'll come along. I'd like to see a modern automobile. I'll just get my shawl. I won't be a minute.
She shouldn't be living alone like this. It's made her completely confused.
Oh, I know. Well, there's nothing we can do, though.
And she kept offering us scones, and the plate was empty.
Well, she's living in the past.
I wish she'd hurry. I don't want to miss Dad.
Well, we've got lots of time. If he said an hour, well, we've only been here a few minutes.
Oh, I wonder what's keeping Mrs. McInnes. Look, why don't we just go on? She'll follow us. She knows where the hotel is.
Mrs. McInnes? You about ready? Mrs. McInnes?
Oh, not again.
Oh, talk about the Cheshire Cat.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
You want your eggs scrambled or fried this morning, Will?
Fried is easier.
Oh, I do hope we hear from the children soon. I'm getting awfully nervous.
I thought they'd at least arrive last night.
But not to call. It's not like Joan.
Well, that just means there's nothing wrong, Harriet. If they'd had trouble, we'd have been the first to know.
Something's not right. I just feel it.
Well, it's 10 after 9. If they're not here by noon, maybe I'll call the police.
Oh.
I'll get it. Hello? Hello?
Is it Joan?
Well, there seems to be a voice, but I can't make it out. Joan? Oh, it's a bad connection. I don't know if it's Joan or not.
Oh, dear.
Hello? 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 It's no use. Whoever it was will have to call back. We'll just have to wait.
Skip, I'm terribly frightened. I wasn't before, but now I really am. There's something evil here. I mean, no people except that crazy Mrs. McInnes?
But your dad's on the way, huh?
I wonder. It's been 2 hours now.
Well, maybe he had trouble. At least he knows where we are. Doesn't he?
How do I know? All we do is ask each other silly questions. I'm cold and I'm tired and I'm hungry.
Joan.
We may just die here. Don't you realize that? We may just die here.
Stop it. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, hon. I had to stop you.
I'll get control of myself. I'm sorry. We'll just have to wait.
Everyone seems to be waiting. Joan and Skip are waiting in Taylortown, expecting her father to pick them up any minute. But Joan's father, as we now know, didn't get the call, and he and his wife are waiting to hear from Joan. It looks as though Skip and Joan won't be with their folks for Christmas after all. Or at all, for that matter. We'll just have to wait to see how it turns out when I return shortly with Act 3. Things look now, it's not going to be a very Merry Christmas for Skip and Joan Bartram, apparently marooned in a strange little Ohio town with only one inhabitant. After encountering the elusive Mrs. McInnes for a second time, Skip and Joan have gone to the hotel to wait for Joan's father. It's a cold December afternoon, and it's been a long wait.
What time is it?
10 after 2.
I'm going to phone home again. Maybe there's a reason Dad was delayed.
And after that, I'm going to call the state police. I should have thought of it before. We're in a real emergency here. They'll tow us out. Come on.
But suppose Dad comes after we've gone.
We'll ask Mrs. McInnes to watch for him.
Mrs. McInnes? Mrs. Houdini, you mean? I wouldn't trust her to give Dad a message.
Well, we're getting out of here as fast as we can. Your father or the police, whichever comes first. Okay, here, try your folks again.
It's dead.
There's no dial tone. Nothing makes sense in this place. Oh, it's no use. It's as dead as...
Hands up! Stay right where you are.
She's got a gun.
You better be taking off.
Mrs. McGinnis, why the gun?
How do you know my name?
A lucky guess. Why are you pointing that gun at us?
I want you out of here now. I don't trust strangers.
Mrs. McGinnis, you were so hospitable to us before. Why are you...
Before? I've never seen you before in my life. Now get out of here. Start walking.
Where to?
To wherever you come from. I don't allow strangers here.
This is a nightmare.
You don't scare us, because I know in a couple of minutes you're going to disappear.
What are you talking about?
You've been popping up and vanishing all morning. In a few minutes you'll just disappear, poof. So we are waiting right here. Oh, come on, Joan. She means it.
But where can we go?
Back to the car.
She wouldn't really shoot us. She couldn't.
Keep going.
We're not taking chances with that crazy old woman.
But we'll freeze out here, and Dad won't find us.
You'll have to pass the car on the highway. Nothing makes any sense here.
Skip, look back. You were right. She's gone.
We'll be okay here. The motor works. I'll just turn on the heater. Come on, hop in. Oh, there's more damage than I thought. The whole front end's caved in.
What a Christmas this has turned out to be.
Oh, honey, we'll get out of this. Let me get the heater going.
We might as well get some holiday spirit if the radio still works. I'm so bushed.
Well, you didn't sleep all night. And I didn't get much myself on that wooden couch.
I hope Dad comes soon.
Yeah. We can't keep the motor running all day.
Well, I hope Mrs. McGinnis doesn't show up again.
No, she wouldn't follow us out here.
But lock the doors anyway. Oh, I'm so sleepy.
Hey, you all right in there? Hey, you two.
Huh? Who's that?
What's the matter?
Are you two okay?
It's a state trooper.
Oh, we fell asleep. Oh, my leg.
Oh, are we glad to see you?
Anybody hurt?
No. Oh, no, we must have dozed off.
Dozed off and ran off the road. The helicopter spotted your car and called us.
Oh, thank the Lord for that.
How'd you get on this road? It's officially closed.
Well, there weren't any signs about that. It connected with Interstate 40, and we just stayed on it. Had the bad luck to skid into boulders.
This extension isn't due to open until next summer. Where are you heading?
Runyonville. My parents live there. We're going home for the holidays.
You wouldn't have gotten there on this route. It ends about 100 yards up ahead. I'll radio for a tow and get you folks to Runyonville. When did you go off the road?
Last night.
You been here all night?
Well, no, we went into Taylortown.
Taylortown?
Yeah, right up the road. But it's a ghost town except for a crazy old woman who lives there.
I better get you folks to the hospital first. Just a checkup. You know, possible concussion.
Oh, no. We're all right. My wife's ankle was twisted, but once we got out of the car, she was okay. We do not need a hospital.
You say you spent the night in a place called Taylortown?
Yes.
There is no Taylortown around here. I've lived here all my life. And there just isn't any place called Taylortown.
But right up the road. I mean, look for yourself. We were there all night.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Maybe you'd better look.
Oh.
There's nothing there. There's no village at all.
No, ma'am. The road ends at that vacant field.
Not a town as far as you can see. How are they, Doctor?
Well, no sign of concussion at all. No injuries except abrasions on the woman's ankle.
Yeah, well, what about their story about spending the night in a village called Taylortown?
Hard to say. Maybe they did.
They must have imagined it.
Yeah, they show no signs of exposure.
They only think they were there through the night. They may have been on the road only a couple of hours. The helicopter spotted them 2 hours ago. They went to a village named Taylortown. They were hallucinating.
Hallucinations quite common in extreme circumstances. Mirages in the desert. Anxiety can produce them.
Then you think they spent the night, like they said, in a village that isn't there?
Well, they had an emotional experience. Physically, they're fine. I see no reason to keep them here. They're better off going home to the woman's parents.
Will, they're here. A police car's driving up.
Are we glad to see you?
Oh, Mother.
We were just about to send the police out looking for you when you called from the hospital.
Oh, I'm going to send that state trooper a whopping Christmas gift. I got his name and badge number.
Skip, it's so good to see you again.
Same here.
Thank heaven you're both okay.
Come on in, everybody. No use standing here in the cold. What happened, Dad? We thought you were coming to pick us up in that place called Taylortown.
That's what puzzles me. We never heard from you. The phone rang early this morning, but no one was there.
Oh, I know I had a bad connection, but I was sure I heard you say you'd meet us. You seemed to know where we were.
You mentioned this Taylortown. There's no place like that around here. Where exactly were you?
Well, I've never heard of it either, but we were there. I know the trooper thought we were loony.
Oh, I don't know what to say about all this. Why don't you both just relax? I've got a buffet all ready. We'll have cocktails and you can tell us all about it.
That's a good idea. I'll get your suitcases up to the guest room.
We had to leave all our gifts in the car, but they're towing it in tonight. So we'll have them in time for Christmas.
No, they don't matter, dear. Having you here and safe is what's important. Now, you just relax and enjoy the tree while I get things ready. You must be famished.
Oh, it's so good to be home again. And at Christmas time, everything's so pretty.
Yeah. Ooh, that's some tree.
I just love the decoration. Skip. Look.
What?
Under the tree. Look, come closer.
Oh.
A little village set out under the tree. Cardboard houses. Look at the hotel.
It's Taylortown.
Mother and Dad got this set when I was a child. I'd forgotten it.
Every house, every street is just the way it was.
The railroad station, the little store, and Mrs. McGinnis's house.
Joan, wait a minute. We weren't... We couldn't have been there.
That's what the trooper said.
What happened to us? Oh, hey, I'm getting the chills. Look at those pine needles from the tree. Those are the green logs that hit the roof.
I wonder.
What?
Mrs. McGinnis. Could she be...
I think she disappeared for the last time.
What should we tell Mother and Dad?
I don't know. I think we said enough. I don't know what happened to us last night, but we better stop talking about it.
I guess you're right. Here are the hors d'oeuvres. You can pour the wine, Will.
A holiday toast, everybody.
Oh, I see you're admiring the village under the tree. Oh, we haven't set it up for years.
We used to put it up regularly when Joan was a child. Lately, we've just had a table tree.
But this year, with you both coming, we went all out. Big tree, everything.
Yes, and it's lovely.
The detail in those houses is exquisite, isn't it?
Yes, very, very realistic.
It was imported from Scotland. It's been in my family for years. Well, here's to a wonderful holiday visit. Merry Christmas, everyone.
If there were an explanation for everything, where would the magic in life be? I think we'd all lose interest if everything were cut and dried, neatly packaged, just right. We need a bit of amazement now and then to soften the blow of reality. Skip and Joan left reality for a brief period, and it gave them something to remember all their lives.
E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.